What you're doing? Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Dur.
Holy cow. Holy moly, Kid Boga, thank you so much for the raid. I don't even know what to say. I'm glad I was ready. Shoot, thank you for all the follows. Gabagool, Tilly Masol, Miranda SSWA, A Bit Scuffed Mate, Billy B84, God Tech, Alien, Funboy, Fire Tools, Handy with Paper and Pen, Jelly Me. Hello everybody, welcome to Paleontologizing. Kid Boga, thank you again for the incredible raid here. I really appreciate this. I hope you all had a wonderful stream. I hope you were able to continue doing some good work in keeping scammers away from their marks. Thank you so much, Kid Boga.
And serious game of paleontology.
All of these new follows, I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I stream fossil science here on Twitch.
But now the dinosaurs rule.
As a paleontologist, I study fossils.
Look at this graph.
Look at that graph. Thank you, Raptor Wrens, Forgotten Soldier, Arch Blues, Danny Darko.
The
Fellow
moon
Danny,
does
thanks for the
exist.
follow. All of these wonderful
dinosaur.
follows. Holy cow. Like I said, yeah.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill.
I work
from
on
Jurassic
dinosaurs.
Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
It's true. I'm going to turn the alert box off for right now just because we're getting so many new follows. Thank you, everybody. And Upbeat Defeat, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Holy moly, everybody. It's wonderful to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch talking about fossils, trying to get people excited about the history of life on Earth and how it can inform our everyday lives. There's a certain perspective that comes with understanding the Earth's ancient past, where we come from, what it all means. These are questions that are somewhat answerable through the fossil record, and I'm here to explore those questions with you, whether it's doing live Q&A, let me know if you've got any questions, chat, or whether it's through going over new scientific papers as soon as they come out, what's new and hot in the world of fossil science, whether it's through interviewing other paleontologists and other scientists, or whether it's doing streams live from the field. In just 1 month, I'm going to be out in Wyoming. This time next month, digging up dinosaurs live. We've got at least 2 new species of dinosaur that we'll be excavating. And I want to show you how it all works. I want you to have a front row seat into what paleontology is all about and how we do it. So welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. No, by the way, this is Mini Pie right here. She's one of my landlords. We'll make sure she gets paid in a minute. Anywho, but before that, we had our cold open video that was running. Let me skip to where we were there, because that will hopefully help explain a little bit what the stream is all about. Ignore the timer that's going to pop. I'm going to skip through until we get to the video, so hang on just a minute here. Calm down, Mini Pie. My goodness. Here we go.
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is, even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained, but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce. Purdue. Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are paleontologizing streams. We make fossils less dead.
There you go. Welcome everybody. On today's stream, we're going to be going over a little bit more fossil news that we didn't have time for yesterday. We're going to be talking about what was the fastest dinosaur and how do we know, or more likely, how do we not know? It's a complicated question. We'll be talking about a TikTok trend, dinosaur time eating. I'll be giving you a paleontologist perspective on this. We'll see what other questions we get up to as well. Now that we've got so many cool new people here, I really appreciate all of the follows. Again, can we get another shout out for Kit Boga? I don't know who needs to hear this right now. Everybody knows and loves Kit Boga, but Kit Boga does some really cool work here on Twitch. Trying to protect people from scam artists. I wish there were more hours in the day that I could catch Kit Boga streams more often. They're always a hoot, and I'm deeply grateful for the raid. Anyway, and then around 4 p.m. today, so in, what is that, 2 hours, 15 minutes? Around that time, we're going to be doing a special collaboration stream with a cognitive scientist, with Rhacodactylus here on Twitch. He studies why people believe weird things. Conspiracy theories and just like bonkers ideas like that. That's his wheelhouse. He studies and publishes in the scientific literature where these weird beliefs come from, how they propagate, and how we can protect people from that as well, or at least keep people from going completely off the deep end. We're going to be talking about science and society. There might be a little bit of politics in there too, so, you know, if you're not cool with that, fair warning. But it should be fun. I know a lot of scientists right now who are, frankly, getting laid off, thinking about fleeing the country here in the US, stuff like that, so we'll be talking about some of this stuff. I'm sorry if that sounds like a bit of a downer discussion, but we're going to try and stay positive about this and try and give people, maybe some tools to keep in their own tool belt. What are things that you can do? At least so you feel a little bit less helpless in a situation like this. How can we support and defend science at times like this? But anyway, that's going to be in a little over 2 hours. We're going to do some fossil science first. And GVB says, honestly, it's amazing knowing people like you stream and showing us all this knowledge. Big respect. I appreciate that, GVB. I really do. Thank you for the kind words. Let's make sure our landlord here gets paid. A member of the property owning class, huh? Yeah. And and then maybe I'll show you another quick well.
It's a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
Let me turn the alerts off on this one as well. Just for the time being. Thank you everybody for the follows. Really appreciate it. Alright, here you go, Mini Pie. Yeah. There we go. Look at that. And thank you, Meowly Rowley for the Prime sub. Hey. Thank you kindly. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And is that a wooden keyboard? It is indeed, Poizarple. I've got a special desk camera just for this very purpose.
Dinosaurs always ate their vegetables.
There's a matching wooden mouse, too. If you're enamored with this, there's a link where you can get one. I might even get a small kickback from that.
They have given 191 gift subs in the channel.
And thank you. Who just gifted Kitboga a gift sub? Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. I'm out of touch with all my alerts at the moment. But Minipie, you made a mess. Look at all these crumbs. Here, I'm gonna hold off on giving her more treats. I'll see if she eats the crumbs first. That was a while ago. Salamander, thank you for gifting Kit Boga. I really appreciate that, Salamander. Appreciate you. I'm sure Minnie appreciates that as well. I can afford to get her some more treats. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living. It's hard to make a living as a paleontologist. I was actually presenting on this at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting last November. I've been lucky enough to, well, to have such an amazingly supportive community. And that's, yeah, it's really difficult to make a living as a paleontologist.
I think the point being...
Here's a live stream that I did last September. Thank you, Lilith Hobo, for the gift sub.
The world's first armored tank, you might say.
Oh.
That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony
box
plates.
off too. Different scenes, different sources. Here's me with the paleontology curator at the Alf Museum of the Raymond M. Alf Museum of Paleontology in Claremont, California. This is Andy Farkey. And, yeah, I asked him, like I often do, what's some advice that you have for anybody who's looking to become a paleontologist? Here. There we go.
And, you know, I
There we
always had a thought that I'd want to be a dinosaur paleontologist,
Yeah.
but I also was really...
For anybody watching who might want to become a paleontologist.
Oh, yeah.
Like kind of drawing from your own experience and your own story. And Rogan27, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here.
Yeah.
Yeah, what advice can you give?
Yeah, I think my biggest advice for anyone interested in paleo is not to limit yourself. I always
Neil Getz, hello to you
dinosaurs.
too.
Well,
hello,
since
hello.
like the age of 4. I haven't always loved dinosaurs, but I've loved dinosaurs since I was
Since you
about
were
4.
aware of them, yeah.
And, you know, I always had a thought that I'd want to be a dinosaur paleontologist,
Yeah.
but I also was really excited to discover there's other facets of paleontology, there's other facets of...
Yep, and somebody was just asking. Pate B says there's all different sorts of paleontologies, right? I mean, I like to say there are about as many different ways of being a paleontologist as there are different paleontologists. And Andy here's kind of making this point. Most paleontologists, the vast majority, do not work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. I happen to work on dinosaurs, but there are paleontologists who study fossil plants, fossil whales, fossil frogs, fossil bacteria, fossil corals. If there is an ancient living thing that left record of its existence in the rocks, there's a paleontologist who studies that. There are paleontologists who study fossil algae. There are paleontologists who study fossil mammals. There are paleontologists who specialize just in fossil dung, fossilized poop, what we call coprolites. The name literally means poop stone. It could be incredibly informative because it can tell you what animals were actually eating at the time. If you look at their droppings, that literally tells you what they were snacking on in a way that looking at teeth or looking at jaw musculature, whatever, can't tell you. So there's many, many different ways to be a paleontologist.
Of science
Yeah.
that are super interesting.
It's like CSI for planet Earth. There you go, Pate. Yeah, I like that analogy.
And
Yes.
super informative. And
Sure.
I think, you know, I've always been lucky to be
Sci-fi
able
from
to
1934.
get a
Very cool,
broad
Rogan.
background from the people I've been around, and also have that broad background to enable me to pursue different kinds of opportunities.
Yeah, fossil
The
mollusks. There you go,
statistic I
Dr.
always
Hubbs. Yeah.
use is, you know, there are more. It is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
He's not kidding about that. Let's run back the tape real quick. Yeah.
The statistic I always use is, you know, there are more it is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
That's
like when
true.
you look at the NFL draft,
oh man,
there are more quarterback positions every year than there are dinosaur curators positions that open up.
Yep.
And so I like to think I'm in an elite class.
Yeah.
You know, I'm more elite. I wish I get paid at NFL level salaries, but I think the point being that you know, being able to have diverse paths for your career. Like I never imagined when I was a grad student that, oh, someday I'd be able to work with high school students at a high school and be able to run a museum in that way. Like that's not.
So this is a special case because the museum that Andrew Farkey runs here, the Raymond M. Alf Museum of Paleontology. Right here in Claremont, California. This is on the grounds of a high school, like a big fancy private high school. But it's attached to a high school. And the whole point is to get high schoolers interested in fossil science. They'll actually go out and dig up dinosaurs and other critters. They get involved with the science, you know, before they're even off to college. It's kind of amazing. This is the only museum that I know of its kind in the world. The only museum that's attached to a high school. Paleontology is a small enough field. Fossil science has, you know, so few people in it that this seems totally off the wall, kind of bonkers that here's a museum attached to a high school, but it's one of the museums that we have here in the United States. It's one of maybe about 100 or so paleontology museums. The point is, the field is so small that even these weird outlier cases, what a software engineer might call like an edge case, these make up like a disproportionate number of the total cases. Like these weird edge cases like that, just because there's so few jobs, there's so few museums, there's so few paleontologists, that it's unique, but it's not. I don't know, when there's so few to start with, many of the examples are going to turn out to be weird and unique and just, yeah. I hope that makes sense.
Not a career path I ever thought would be open.
Sure.
And so being.
Anywho, we got a big long message from Leah Yeel. How are you doing? I have a question. Let's take a look. As someone who has very little knowledge of dinosaurs, I've seen videos that say models of dinosaurs are based on the bones, but they forgot the fat and other things, so actually the models don't really show how dinosaurs could have looked when they were alive. Is that true? Not really. We can talk about that in a minute. Yeah, this is a common misperception. It's frustrating in that it's like a... I hope I'm not offending anybody by saying this, but it's almost like a Reddit level of understanding of paleontology, where it's like, you know a little bit, and it's enough to lead you astray, like many things on Reddit. Do you know what I mean? This is making any sense? It's, you know, just enough to be dangerous. There's a whole science around how we reconstruct extinct living things, and we try and base that on the data as much as we can, and we have more lines of evidence to figure that out than you might imagine. We'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, well, let's finish up this clip, and then that's a good topic to dive into. Thank you, Leah Yeel, for the good topic of conversation here. Yeah.
Being able to be open to different kinds of opportunities, different kinds of possibilities. Even though I'm not like strictly, you know, my job title is not paleontologist, I'm able to do paleontology in a setting.
Yeah.
And, you know, working with all the things I've learned over the years about, you know, science communication, being able to write, being able to speak, being able to communicate in diverse and new formats.
Right.
You know, the idea of being on a Twitch stream, you know, when I was a grad student, like we didn't even know what there was no Twitch. There wasn't Twitter yet, or I guess whatever we're calling it nowadays. Any sort of stream, you know, sort of, you know, Blue Sky and those things. And so being able to be flexible and not too boxed into just a single idea of what it means to be a scientist or what it means to be in paleontology. And some of my favorite people to work with in the profession are those that really don't have paleontology as any part of what they do.
That's not their official job title.
Found here, like the holotype for Gripposaurus monumentensis.
Yeah.
The guy who found that was a volunteer on a field crew. He's actually a carpenter. He's not a he's not a paleontologist by trade, but he's found a lot of really amazing fossils just because he has the skill, he has the interest in getting out and doing that. And he found a holotype, for a new kind of.
The holotype is like the first example of a new species. It's extraordinarily important. And so the point that Andrew Farkey is making here that I want to emphasize is that paleontology doesn't have to be some arcane science. It doesn't have to be some ivory tower kind of enterprise. Paleontology is something that just about anybody can participate in. I try and make that point all the time here on Twitch. If this is your first time here on Paleontologizing, if you take nothing else away from this stream, I want you to absorb that if you're really interested in fossils, if you want to help drive dinosaur science forward or other parts of paleontology, if you want to be involved in this field, you can do it. It's not something that's unattainable. I just got back from St. George, Utah last week. And we were helping out with an emergency fossil excavation there. And we had a whole bunch of volunteers from across the country who came to join us to help out to excavate these fossils. The vast majority of these people had zero experience in doing fossil science. But they were able to make important contributions, digging up new species of fossil fish, fossil sharks, dinosaurs even. Finding the teeth and the occasional bone of new species of dinosaur, things that haven't been named yet. Paleontology is much more accessible than you might imagine. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about this science. Can we get the volunteer command going in the chat? There are different ways that you can get involved, even if you have no previous experience. All it takes is passion and a little bit of hard work. There's a crazy number of new dinosaur species that were discovered by people who are school teachers, or plumbers, or carpenters, or truck drivers. There's an avocational side to paleontology, which is huge, and I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough in the media. I think a lot of people are kind of unaware of that. Paleontology is, it's one of those fields that you don't have to have a PhD, necessarily, to be able to make contributions to. It's not like particle physics in that sense. Here, I'll show you a clip here. There's a dinosaur called Baryonyx. Some of you are probably familiar with it. It's from the early Cretaceous of England. And, the guy who discovered it, not a paleontologist.
My name's William Walker. I'm a plumber by trade. I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. And one day I found a dinosaur.
A new kind of dinosaur. Here, let's skip forward to...
He's brought rather a nice specimen in. I think it's a dinosaur. Would you like to come and have a look?
This is a reenactment here.
Trevor brought the claw into me, and we discussed how
Trevor is his son-in-law.
It was, particularly because it was a very rare event to find any remains of a carnivorous dinosaur in this country. I mean, it's a rare find, even to find a small fragment. I asked him if he would go home and ask Bill Walker if he would be willing to show us where he found the specimen. And indeed, Bill Walker was very willing to go down to Ockley Pit with me and one of my colleagues and show us exactly where the specimen came from.
Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your interest in our exciting new dinosaur and for coming this afternoon.
This is so dry. It's so very English.
It was discovered by an amateur collector in January 1983, and all credit to him for his acute observations. He's remained a friend of the museum and of Dr. Charig and Dr. Milner's ever since.
Although dinosaurs have a ferocious reputation, most of them were actually placid vegetarians. But this new discovery seems to have been a real meat-eating terror. The most striking feature of the bones dug out of the Surrey clay pit is a claw about a foot long, which looks like the talon of a gigantic...
Here's Bill Walker himself.
There would have been a horny sheath covering it in life, like claw of a modern bird. And so it might have extended it by as much as perhaps
Thank you, Mike, for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
When the animal lived about 120 million years ago, it would have stood about
120 million. The closed caption's got this wrong. Million, not billion. The Earth is only about 4.5 billion years old. 120 billion is before the formation of the universe. 120 million.
Again.
When the animal lived about 120 million years ago, it would have stood about 15 feet high on its hind legs. The Natural History Museum scientists, who've spent the past 3 years studying the bones, have given the new dinosaur the scientific name Baryonyx.
That's the generic name, and the specific name, what better to do than to name it after our good friend William Walker, who found it and gave it to us, and therefore it's Baryonyx walkeri. And as from tomorrow, that is the official name, and it will remain thus until the end of time.
There we go.
I think whatever your hobby, you like to achieve the pinnacle, and that's got to be the pinnacle of fossil hunting, to have one named after you.
He's right.
Oh yeah, I'm overjoyed, if that's the right word to use.
So again, here's William Walker, an extremely talented fossil hunter, but, you know, he's not a professional. He's not a professional paleontologist. He didn't go to school for this. He's self-taught, and he found possibly the most complete dinosaur ever found in England. And I would argue the coolest one, Baryonyx. We've got Baryonyx emotes here in the chat. If you're interested in those, you can subscribe. Use them all across Twitch there. Yeah, what a feather in your cap, a dinosaur named after you, says Amoeba. There you go. Yeah, pretty incredible. So William Walker, he's since passed away, but he lives on through the dinosaur that he discovered. He's got a certain dose of immortality there, you know?
You like to achieve the pinnacle, and that's got to be the pinnacle of fossil hunting, to have one named after you. Oh yeah, I'm overjoyed, if that's the right word to use. I really don't know how to describe it, but yeah, it's wonderful for me.
Extraordinary. And they got him to narrate this documentary for the BBC, too. I hope he got paid for it. Anyway, good stuff. There's a link to this documentary here if you want to see it. It's on YouTube. Ockley Pit renamed for years, and they've been able to gather a large enough group to go on foot. Oh, Prehistoric Plaza. Well, good luck with that. I hope. Keep at it, you know? Yeah. So Prehistoric Plaza here in the chat is from this part of the world, evidently. Now called Smokejack's Pit. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, small world, you know? This is the beauty of Twitch, is we can talk to people across the planet live. That's why this is such a wonderful medium for science outreach. So anywho, Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know, is Parasaurolophus walkeri also based on someone called Walker? It is. Yeah. Parasaurolophus walkeri. Who is that named after? I don't know who Parasaurolophus walkeri is named after. It's not William Walker, it's somebody else. You know what we can do? Is we can dive into the original scientific literature. Parkes, 1922. This is back when we still called hadrosaurs trachodonts. And Albatra, thank you for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that.
Dinosaurs are the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
Hey, can I just get us in living
Hunter
dinosaur?
5011, thank you for the follow. Here, what I'm gonna do is let's find this in my PDF library, which is on my hard drive. We'll look up Parkes 1922. We'll find the paper there. It's much easier than going through this online version. Parkes 1922. And we'll figure out who Parasaurolophus walkeri is named after. Here's some Parasaurolophus in the chat. Here we go. Here's my copy of that paper.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
The dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe. No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
Let's look at the etymology here. This is an old paper, so it doesn't have the typical format of papers published today.
Look at this graph!
Beautiful graph. Thank you there, Daddy Myers.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed...
And Meowly Rowley.
Forever.
Thank you for the subscription. Let's see. Sorry, these alerts are a little bit late, but
the world's first armored tank.
we're trying to get
you might
through 'em.
say. That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
Can we do a text search on this? Etymology. Walker. The specific name is given for
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Coltix 1.
Sir Edmund Walker, chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Royal Ontario Museum. Okay. So this is named after some high-up muckety-muck at the ROM, the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, Canada. That makes sense.
27 and their 11 raiders are about to get shafted by dinosaur content.
Thank you there, Rogan. We're going to go through the rest of these alerts real quick. Yeah. Here, let's clear these out. Etymology, what is this, a paper for ants? Oh, damn it.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
And Claire Bird, thank you,
I didn't know what dinosaurs is all about
We'll
until
look at that in a
these
minute.
boys come.
We've got so many different alerts from Kit Bo's raid. I really appreciate it.
Paleo science shake, paleo science shake, paleo science shake, paleo
And
science
huzzah for the
shake,
ROM,
paleo
says
science
Jedi
shake.
Mega Man.
The extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large
I've
mammals.
never been to the ROM, but
and to
someday
our
I'll
own
go.
existence, for that matter.
I'll do a stream from there someday.
It's squashed
Jedi
completely
Mega Man.
flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing, and
DM
the
Wayne.
dirter.
Made me laugh.
Well, that's what this thing is like.
Dirter.
Excuse me.
Dirter.
This is where it really fits.
Dirter.
We're almost up to the last one.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
Ziani Mandius, thank you for the follow. Two vast and trunkless legs in the desert. Ziandi Mandius, look upon my follow in despair, ye mighty. Ziandi Mandius, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Dirter.
Yeah.
A dirter.
Claire, thank you again for making this VOD here. That reminds me, we should call up Andrew in just a minute here. Claire, yeah, I'm sorry you couldn't make it to yesterday's stream too, but I saw this pop up in my YouTube feed earlier today. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Looks like Claire Burr did some editing magic on this, which is pretty exciting. Let's take a look at this from yesterday's stream. I'm going to go ahead and give Andrew a call right now. So I'm calling up curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew Milner, whom we've been working with for the past couple months. I was there in the field with him a little over a week ago. So we've been like doing periodic call-ins. We call him up every day live on stream, see what new fossils have been discovered at the site, all of that. And yesterday's call was, shall we say, somewhat dramatic. Take a look.
Hello?
Andrew, it's Danny. How you doing?
Hi, Danny. Not too bad.
Hey, good. I'm glad to hear it. Just wanted to call in real quick and ask if you've got any updates from the site. I've got 209 people watching right now. Eager to hear if anything's new.
I just caught up on the inventory. 1,055 specimens. Oh, wow. Big dust bill. Everyone's rushing for the tarps right now. It's kind of hanging around in one spot. It's pretty cool. Actually, David's getting film of it right now. Oh, man.
Holy cow.
Everyone's grabbing a hold of...
Claire, did you sync up? It looks like Claire Burr may have synced up what we were talking about on the phone with what was happening in real time. David happened to get footage of this as it was happening on the ground. So we've got audio from the call, audio from the video, all synced up together. This is so cool.
The tarps and the frames. We had one go flying the other day, and they threw it from 10.
Shoot.
Luckily, no one was in. Wow, this dust devil is just... It won't go away. Oh, there goes one. Oh, man. Oh, it's really bad. Oh, Joyce just got knocked over.
Jeez. So to be clear, we couldn't see what was going on at the time. So me reacting to this, I would have had a very different expression on my face if I knew what was happening. I only knew what I could hear. Claire has put the video over this, superimposed it, synced it up. This is nuts.
Yeah, this is absolutely.
So there's Andrew on the phone with me right there. I didn't know it was this serious in the moment. That's nuts.
Sorry.
Wow. I hope you're staying safe right now.
Our tarp frames are all down. We've got stuff all over the hill. This is more. Man, we've lost stuff. Like this, there are now cardboard boxes. What the heck is that? Is that one of our burlap or plaster bags? Like we've got stuff like everywhere. There's a cardboard box, like one of the flats, like 100 feet in the air above us.
Oh, jeez.
Insane. Is everyone okay? Are you guys okay? We just got absolutely...
Yeah, you can go if you need to, Andrew.
Yeah, anyway, I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
Anyway, kind of too much excitement there for a second. Well, you caught it on your live stream.
Yeah, there we go. Thanks for staying on with us. And Claire Burr says Danny would have had a very much different reaction if he'd had the video feed. Absolutely, yes. Again, all I knew was what Andrew was telling me over the phone. We couldn't see what was going on. Claire Burr has put the video into this video here. And like a fine job you did of that, Claire. It almost looks too seamless. Like people are gonna think that I'm watching this live. You did too good a job, Claire. Yeah.
No problem. All right, Danny. I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go try and salvage things. I'll talk to you later.
Good luck. I wish I were there to help. Good luck with everything, Andrew. We'll talk to you later. Nuts.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye. Claire, thank you for editing this. Bonkers. Well, shoot. That was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Museum, Andrew Milner there. Here's a link to that. Yeah. And Andrew actually texted me about this morning. Let me see what he said there. Did you email the video to Dawn? I can't believe this was caught on camera and during your live broadcast. A press release? So I will send it to Dawn. This should be useful data for his Shade Tarp 501 graduate level class. And here's a video that my moderator slash editor Claire put together. Adding David's video to the recording of our call. I'm gonna call you in a minute, if that's okay, and we'll do a salute emoji there. So for the probably 400 plus people who are kind of new to these streams, welcome to Paleontologizing again. Let me try and fill you in on what's going on here. So a couple weeks ago, about a month ago,
from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
Yep.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on. I've been hearing about the St. George dinosaur.
Anyhow, so this continues like this. I was there on two separate trips. One of them about a week and a half ago. One of them about a month ago, something like that. And just trying to...
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean...
Gather support. Vilderosa, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Trying to get the word out, trying to entice people to volunteer or to donate, and it's been a tremendous success to the point where we actually... due partly to our work here on this channel. I'm going to go ahead and give Andrew a call right... hang on. Nope, that's not it. Here we go. 6 p.m. right there in St. George. We haven't gotten an update from Andrew yet. We can try and give him a... So we're trying to convince the city of St. George, Utah to move their construction site in order to save these fossils. This, like, unique fossil assemblage. Extraordinarily scientifically important. This is something we've been working on for months. McCall.
In anything else worthwhile? But yeah, maybe grab some scales. Okay. Hey, Danny.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, I hope it's okay that I called. I know you're busy.
Yeah, just a second. I'm going to put you on speaker so I can hear you a little bit.
Cool.
Okay. So that was kind of a stressful meeting. but
I'm sorry to hear that.
Went
Shoot.
well, I think.
It went well? Excellent. Okay.
So they're not building the substation here anymore.
Holy cow! They've moved the substation plans?
Yeah, but they moved it across the street from the museum. And all the rock piles that we've moved over there, we now have to move them again.
Sorry, Halle Berry. It's 6. Anywho, yeah. This was, I feel so privileged to have been able to help out with all of this in the first place. And then the idea that we could make that contribution, that we could, make a real difference here is tremendous. You know?
Fossil site is slated to be destroyed sometime around the end of the month, we are told. So we're here trying to excavate whatever fossils we can, trying to record as much data as we can, trying to salvage whatever we can before all this gets bulldozed.
And now it's not gonna be bulldozed. Oh, so excited about that. Anywho, April 30th was the drop dead date for this. This was our deadline. This was like all work has to stop on April 30th. At the end of the day, I hope it's okay that we call Andrew real quick, because I know that he is a very, very busy guy. But let's give him a call right now, see if we can get a quick update and see what we can learn. I'm gonna call right now. Thanks for the follow, PK Drive. He might not be able to pick up right now. We'll see. He might call us back later.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voicemail.
Yeah, that's okay. Maybe he'll call us back, or maybe he won't. This is the last official day of excavation there, and so no hard feelings if absolutely no hard feelings if he's too busy for this at the moment. Yeah, hopefully no dust devils this time. Exactly, Casey Snower.
Dinosaurs, the terrible lizards.
One Ill Gideon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Did you know, One Ill Gideon, if your name is Gideon, or just if your chosen name is Gideon, you share your first name with one of the early dinosaur scientists. Oh, hang on, that's Andrew there. Hey, Andrew, can you hear me?
Hey, Danny. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Pretty good.
Awesome. Yeah, we've got 548 people watching right now, and we just reviewed the footage of the Dust Devil from yesterday. That was nuts. We hope things are going better today.
Yeah, it's pretty calm today, actually.
Nice.
We got the last of the volunteers in the quarry. We've got, what, 1, 2... There's 9 of us right now, so it's a pretty small group.
Okay.
Yeah, we had quite a few earlier in the day, but I guess without shade. Then again, it's been cloudy most of the day, which has been really
okay. Nice. Yeah.
There's a few interesting fossils coming up on the last day. We've pretty much got all of the jackets out of the ground now.
Nice.
Actually, Hannah found an interesting looking little tooth.
Good for her.
Not sure what it is. It looks very different from others that I've seen, but it's probably shark. Yeah. Anyway, it's very different looking. I'm hoping it might be another species of shark.
Nice.
Possibly
Okay.
we have a whole suite of different species here. Who knows? Yeah. What else? Anything else? Yeah, the wind's starting to pick up now that you've called.
I'm sorry. I can hang up if you think that's if I'm summoning the desert jinns. Yeah.
Well, there's not much to knock down anymore, so it wouldn't be very much fun for the wind.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a meeting this morning with Joe, who owns Handy Excavation.
Nice.
Coming
Okay.
up with a plan.
Uh-huh.
So they're moving the piles now at the west end of the quarry towards the houses.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're meeting with the city electrical people on Monday to talk about the new location for the substation, to put it down
Nice.
exactly.
Okay.
And then we'll get back together with Handy Excavation to come up with the next plan for moving all kinds of rock piles around and salvaging fossils from the rock piles.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. So yeah, today's the last day of this quarry until the fall. Of course, we'll be doing little bits here and there. So I think once everything's cleaned out, we're going to finish laying out the grid in the site and mapping the position of all the fish that we've collected off the lower beds.
Nice.
Yeah, and we're also digging a trench and cleaning out a trench so we can do more stratigraphy for the site. Continue it down when Selena Suarez comes back at the end of May. So that will be really important.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. This is all. It's all really good to hear. Do you suspect? I know it's a little early to ask this, but do you suspect that there will be more volunteers needed sometime in the fall, perhaps?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Probably. Yes.
Yeah.
We could be back in full swing again in the fall. I don't know. Probably not as huge groups, but yeah, this is going to be a big site. So we'll get back to you on that one with more details as we figure it all out.
Excellent. Yeah, because I know there are other people who would love to volunteer, who would love to donate, participate, that kind of thing. And I'd love to come out there again, maybe sometime in the fall for a quick visit. I'm going to be really busy during the summer with field work in Wyoming and Utah and elsewhere. But yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back out there to St. George at some point just to give everybody an update and help out whoever I can. Yeah.
All right. And so of course this is now going to be an active quarry site again for many years to come. Like we've been kind of not being a major dig site for quite a few years. Now we're back. So
that's so good to hear. Oh man, that's so exciting. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to have gigs, probably even bringing groups and different universities or museums or tour groups even. Maybe we'll start. We used to have elder hostel quarries here in the past, and maybe we'll start that up again as well.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
And again, let me know when you hear about if there's an official press release or something, where we can send thank you notes to about to the city to express our gratitude for them making a change in their construction plans. Yes, we're excited about that.
Yeah. So I'll get that information to you sometime this week.
Beautiful.
Because, so we're pretty much closing up the site today with a little bit of work outside in the morning, but Thursday, Friday, we'll be back in the museum. Actually, we have a couple of people that have volunteered. They've been with us for a couple of weeks now digging. They're actually going to help out in the lab.
Nice.
On Friday. So
great.
Starting to get collections sorted out.
You mean you've got new volunteers? New volunteers in the lab from this whole project?
We have several people that have signed up as new prep lab volunteers.
That is so good to hear, Andrew. Holy cow.
It's super, super cool. I mean, we've got people that are interested in being docents, and taking people and showing them exhibits. We've got people that want to now be on our fieldwork invitation list.
Phenomenal. That makes me so happy to hear. I was really hoping that this whole project would bring more attention to the museum and just help out with other projects that are going on throughout the year too. So that's wonderful to hear.
It really has. Anyway, so we're going to try and do a press release like maybe every month or two if we can.
Nice.
And of course, just talking about some of the new things that we're finding as we're prepping the fossils from the site.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Etc. Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to continue to help, and
Okay.
good luck with everything. Happy last day of excavation there. I hope everything goes well, and we'll be in touch, Andrew.
Okay. There are a couple of things. You know, we still have to get fencing around this site. So, and also we're looking to try and get a cheaper shipping container. We've got somebody willing to purchase, put money into purchase locally.
Okay.
Into buying a shipping container for us, but there's still quite a bit of money that we could use. So if you ever want to put out the word for donations for the site, we're always looking for them. Of course, this quarry, to make it advance as well, it's going to be, we're going to have to keep it rolling. So
yeah.
And maybe
Excellent.
we'll be opening up another quarry on the hill. Who knows? Maybe we'll get really crazy and ambitious.
All right.
Another monster.
I love that that's a possibility now. That makes me really happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for all your help, Danny. It's been amazing, and to all of your listeners.
Of course, Andrew. Thanks for giving us the opportunity, and we're looking forward to seeing how the museum continues to grow and expand, and eager to help out in the future too.
All right, awesome.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Appreciate your time. Bye-bye. Nice. Everybody, that was St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum curator Andrew Milner there on the line, and it's a neat little bow kind of tied on this story for now. Everyone who has contributed to this project, everybody who has volunteered, like Halle Berry there in the chat, everybody who has donated funds, everybody who has helped get the word out on social media. I want you all to give yourselves a big hearty pat on the back here. I want you to feel very proud of what you've contributed to this, and to know that you have made a tangible difference. You've made a real material contribution to the advancement of fossil science in St. George, Utah. That means something. I hope you're proud of that. I mean that very genuinely. It's kind of amazing. This is an incredible fossil site that will continue to yield insights about the history of life on Earth for decades, maybe centuries to come. And you've helped make that possible. It's a big deal. I don't want to understate it. Thank you. Genuinely, thank you very much for your help with this. It's been a tremendous honor for me to help out with this. But, you know, one guy blabbing on Twitch about this, one guy yapping on and on, that doesn't mean anything unless we get community support, and you've provided that. Thank you for making this mean something. I'm deeply grateful to all of you. Thank you for that. Good stuff. Yeah. Tremendous. Oh man. World first here, says Claire Burr, and that's true. Thank you for all of your help, Claire. Claire, I don't know if I said it, but I was talking with Andrew some of these nights when we were staying on the grounds there. Like, we'd set up our tents there at the site in the middle of St. George. The city gave us special permission to camp there. So we're just kind of... We would be sitting around the campfire, if there were a campfire. We're literally in the middle of the city, next to a major road in the city, so they would frown upon us building a fire. But imagine us sitting around a campfire. It was a proverbial campfire, a metaphorical campfire. And Andrew said, he said, Danny, that Claire, she's really something. I've been talking with her. She's great. I hope she knows that. So you should know that, Claire. What time is that? I gotta keep track of the time. 2:39. Around 4 p.m. we're gonna be joining up with Rachidactylus for a discussion about science and society and all of that. But first, let's get into some fossil news, shall we? And Poi Zarpel says, how do I volunteer for work near my area in USA? Can we get the St. George volunteer command going there? Although that's actually ending today. But looking for how to find digs for to volunteer for it. Thank you there, Claire. There's a number of different locations throughout the U.S. where you can work at fossil digs. You can volunteer. Here. I'll give you a link to another one from Dickinson, North Dakota. Fieldwork. There's my leg and my boot right there, and my right arm. And there's much of me right there on this website. Good stuff. This is the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. You can volunteer on a field crew there. And in a number of other paleontology museums across the U.S. There's a link right there if you're interested in this kind of thing. My advice for anybody who's... If you live here in the States, or frankly anywhere throughout the world, try and find the museum that's closest to you, closest to where you live. A natural history museum, a paleontology museum, maybe a paleontology department at a university or something. This is going to require some gumption, some creativity, some out-of-the-box thinking, possibly. But if you really want to be on a crew, digging up fossils, contributing to fossil science, that's an attainable goal. You can absolutely do that. Try and figure out what program is closest to you. Do some searches online. Send some emails out to museums, universities, paleontology departments near you, and ask, hey, is there any way I can contribute? Is there a place I can volunteer? In a laboratory, in a museum, or maybe on a field crew, digging up fossils. Fortune favors the bold in this sort of situation. That's how I got my start in paleontology, is I sent a cold email to the Museum of Paleontology here in Berkeley, California. I haven't made this clear, but I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, just across the bay from San Francisco, California. And you wouldn't think there's a lot of opportunities for fossil science, especially as pertains to dinosaurs here in the Bay Area, but you'd be wrong. You go hunting around a little bit online, you send some emails, it's amazing what doors might open up to you. Don't be shy about it. And don't get discouraged if you don't hear back. Send some more emails. It's wild what might emerge. You know? And Lee Lemon says, I think one of your clips mentioned you're from Oakland. I am from Oakland, Lee Lemon. Yes, indeed. That's where I live. Do you have a favorite museum in the Bay Area? I have two. I'll share them with you. M. Scott Music says, go Warriors. I was gonna pretend like I don't know what that means. Oh, what are sports? But, no, I know. Golden State Warriors. I don't really follow sports myself. I love playing sports. I get bored to tears watching sports. But M. Scott Music, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Thank you for chiming in. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. My brother is the sports fan. He loves the Warriors. Shout out to Steven Enduza. I'd love to check out Berkeley. I don't love that Cal Academy has live animals there, sadly. Yeah, so Cal Academy doesn't really have a lot of...
There have been more dinosaurs.
That went well. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Here, if you're in the Bay Area, there's a few different fossil museums you can visit. Unfortunately, we just missed the one open house day of the year when you can actually go into the museum at Berkeley and take a tour. But here in this big academic building, the Valley Life Sciences building, on the campus of the University of California, Berkeley, in the Valley Life Sciences building is the Museum of Paleontology. UCMP is not open to the public, however. There's a few public exhibits that you can visit, and it's definitely worth a trip if you're in the area. They've got a full-size Tyrannosaurus skeleton. This is actually the same Tyrannosaurus whose skull is right there in our chat. We've got several emotes based on the Wonkel Rex there. This is a cast of Museum of the Rocky Specimen 555, the Wonkel Rex. This is a cast, though, an exact replica of the real skeleton. There's a real-life Triceratops skull that you can see upstairs. You can actually see the... Here. Here's the back of the T-Rex's skull. Right here. This is upstairs in the Life Sciences Library. This is a genuine Triceratops skull from the middle of the Hell Creek Formation. Really important. This is the same, probably the same species as Yoshi's trike, the one I helped dig up in 2011. This is a genuine fossil. This is the real thing. About 66 or 67 million years old. Pretty cool. And then you've got a cast of a baby Triceratops skull and a juvenile over here. This is a, like, adult or maybe subadult right here. Real Triceratops fossil that you can see. And there's a few other exhibits around, including a baby Maiasaurus skeleton, a cast. I actually made this as a photogrammetric model based on that one. So there's a few fossil exhibits that you can see up there, but for the most part, the museum is not super accessible. It's not supposed to be a public museum. It's a research collections there at Berkeley. It's still worth a visit, but there's one day every year when you can actually take a tour of the internal part of the museum, see the fossil collections themselves. And that's Cal Day, the university's open house, which was 2 Saturdays ago. Yeah. Cal Day. You got to show up early, get your a free ticket for the collections tours. It's always worth it, but it's usually in late April every year. I would have helped out with this year's Cal Day. I would have been there on site, except I happened to be in St. George, Utah at the time, helping out with that excavation. It's been a very busy spring for me, and there have been so many time conflicts, different things that I would have loved to have done, but I'm doing something else at the time. There's just so many opportunities. For me, that's the story of 2025 so far. Lunasir says as of 2022 they're not doing the tours anymore. Wait, what? UCMP no longer offering museum tours on Calday? This is like a post-COVID thing. No, so the university has made Calday a day for incoming undergraduate students and their families. That's really upsetting. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope they change that in the future. I hope they make a modification to that. Because that's lousy. I'm sorry. Anyhow, the other museum that I would recommend here in the Bay Area, they're semi-closed right now. But they will be opening up again in the fall, including with some displays that I'm currently working on.
Both hands on here.
Do you see the hoo-hoos? Yes.
The Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont is a place to see.
Fremont, California, south of Berkeley.
And touch.
What are these up?
Local history.
They can see the things, the animals that lived here a million years ago, 100,000 years ago.
And this one goes right here.
There you go.
Fossils, animals, minerals, astronomy, and more.
We're loving it. The kids are having a lot of fun. It's nice to be able to come here and touch and feel things and interact with the museum.
Did you get shocked?
Yeah, that's it.
What do we have in here that's so cool?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of good things in here that are really cool.
What's really cool is talking with boy paleontologist Philip Gordon.
So Phil Gordon actually just passed away a few weeks ago, apparently. He was one of the last of the boy paleontologists.
Some of his father Wesley's collection is housed here. Wesley Gordon was a Hayward teacher. He and his group of boy paleontologists, which included his son Philip, spent about 15 years discovering fossils in the area.
We started looking in the creeks of Hayward and Alameda County, rocks, minerals, and some of those minerals turned out to be fossils.
They found tens of thousands of fossils. Most went to UC Berkeley, but are not on public display. Some were given to the Math Science Nucleus, an educational nonprofit that manages the Children's Natural History Museum. Individual donors and organizations have also contributed specimens to the museum so kids can learn and be inspired.
And so I'm actually working on this too. I've got a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull that I've 3D printed. And I'm going to be delivering that in, it looks like, late May at this point. Yeah, Philip Gordon did pass away recently. Here, let's give Sweetie Pie some, here. Let's get her paid real quick. She's not gonna leave until she gets some treats. Let's do that, and then I'll show you the T-Rex skull that I've been working on. Here you go, sweetie. Look at all those, my goodness. What bounty, Sweetie Pie. My goodness. Look at all those treats. Deal with one predator before you get another. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. One predator at a time here. Sweetie Pie herself is something of an apex predator. Yeah, if she were only twice as big, she would probably eat me. So I'm lucky she's the size that she is. And Grugelkin says, is the T-Rex skull you 3D printed based off Sue or another specimen? Another specimen, I will show you. It's based off a commercial specimen, actually. One that has been lost to science. So the idea that it's going to be in a science museum is kind of a big deal. It'll be the first time that this particular specimen is available for public display in a museum. So I think that's, I like to think that's something significant. Let me go get it real quick. Let me at least get the lower jaw. Lower jaws. I'll show you. Oh, sorry, sweetie. I'm not trying to scare you away. She's, I'm not scared of this. So, I've been in the process of getting this ready for painting to bring it to the museum, but it is ridiculously large. These are just the lower jaws right here. I mean, take a look. Here, I can kind of step between them here so you can see what I'm talking about. Enormous. The skull is so much bigger than this, too. Yeah. So I've been filling in the seams between the different parts of the print with this water putty. I'm going to cover this all with a smoothing compound that'll kind of seal everything together, and then I'll paint it so it looks just like the real thing. So, yeah, this is, it's not Sue, it's not Stan, it's not the Wonkel Rex, it's not Scotty or Black Beauty or any of these other specimens. Yeah, it's a different one. There we go.
Hitting the auction block, a prehistoric discovery that is expected to fetch millions of dollars. It is a T-Rex skull.
Oh boy.
Well preserved and shows signs that the dinosaur was caught in a fight before its death, making it particularly rare. Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles has the details on the upcoming auction.
If you're a fan of any of the Jurassic World movies by Universal Pictures, a T-Rex is probably in your home all of the time, but this takes it to another level.
It's the ultimate trophy to place in one's home.
It's not a trophy. It's a scientific specimen. And here's the frustrating thing is this was dug up by a commercial group who they're just looking for a paycheck here. It's actually really difficult to tell how much of this skull is real and how much is reconstructed. The file that I have to 3D print this kind of makes it clear that like huge parts of this are just totally borked. Like they're sculpted. It's not real. Parts of these are real fossil bone and parts of them are fake. Parts of it are fake. That's one of the things I've been trying to figure out as I assemble this. I was able to get apparently a scan of this specimen that appeared online, and I've been able to 3D print it from that. But in 3D printing it, I'm like, this doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. The teeth are completely the wrong shape right here. So clearly big parts of this are sculpted. They were expecting it to fetch like $20 million at auction. It sold for about $6 million, I think. So way less than expected. Yeah. Anyhow.
Brontosaurus skull is 6.5 feet high, weighs 200 pounds, and is approximately 76 million years old. It's going up for auction.
It is not 76 million years old. 76 million would have put it back in the Campanian stage. Tyrannosaurus didn't evolve until 68 million years at the earliest. So that part is completely wrong. I wonder if they got that from the sellers. If they did, the sellers are misrepresenting it.
By an anonymous donor at Sotheby's on December 9th, expected to sell for anything between $15 million and
reconnection successful. I'm sorry about that. I've never had this happen before. What's going on? Are we getting a Wi-Fi outage? Or a LAN connection outage? We're back. Sorry. Anyhow.
Maximus was excavated in 2020 and 2021 in Harding County, South Dakota. In 1987, a 70% complete T-Rex fossil called...
In Community Time, that is a book worth picking up. Here, hang on a second. Here it is. The Dinosaur Artist by Paige Williams. I would recommend this book. This is about the commercial fossil trade. Really well written. If you're interested in dinosaurs, if you're interested in kind of the conflict between private industry and the public good, if you're interested in the nation of Mongolia, if you're interested in US law around fossils, or antiquities for that matter, or if you just like a really well-written account about, well, about obsession, betrayal, and the quest for Earth's ultimate trophy, to crib from the subtitle here, get yourself this book. It's also available as an audiobook too, which I've listened to, and it's decent. Yeah. So, it's good stuff, Community Time. Read it and tell me what you think. I think you'll like it. And thank you, Charlie's Dragon, for the gift sub to Alexander Morrison. I appreciate that, Charlie's Dragon.
Gifted
Thank you.
3 months of tier 1 to Alexander_Morrison. They've gifted
Good stuff.
42 months in the channel.
Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. And you gifted 3 months to Alexander Morrison. Holy moly, do I appreciate that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, the T-Rex skull, this is... I'm trying to find the clip here. Top clips of all time. It's something like Tyrannosaur skulls are too big. I don't know if I'll be able to find that in time. Let's see here. Maybe not. Ah, that's okay. Anyway, the thing is enormous. It's really big. Here, I'll find a photo for you. It should be on my blue sky if I go back far enough. 2 months ago. Where was that? It's before March for sure. There it is. Just to give you a sense of scale, here is the Tyrannosaurus skull before I started applying the water putty to fill in the seams. This is when I was taking it briefly to the museum in Fremont to kind of show it off. Here it is in the back of my car. So here is a Tyrannosaurus skull in the back of a Toyota Prius. It barely fits. There was about a quarter inch of space that allowed me to push it through here. It barely fit. Yeah. Just nuts. Yeah. The Tyranno Prius. There you go, Erdospacist. Yeah. I drive a 2008 Toyota Prius. That's my field vehicle, actually. That's what I take when I go out and dig up dinosaurs. It's surprisingly capable off-road, especially with off-road tires and a 2-inch lift on it, steel underbody skid plates. It also has an effective range of about 500 miles. If you're careful, if you don't use up too much fuel. Yeah, should have strapped it to the roof, says DM Wang. There's no place to strap it to the roof, and that would have killed my fuel economy. Yeah. They also wouldn't have been safe.
Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our
Ghost Wave Radio, thanks for the
Dinosaur?
follow.
What?
I would have been pulled over by the police if I'd strapped it to the roof. So anyway, yeah. Have I seen the T-Rex skeleton Lego set? I probably have Nightfall Red, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, this is one of the deliveries I'm going to be making in late May to the museum in Fremont, California. And, yeah, here we go. We've got a huge project that we're trying to get off the ground there in Fremont. I'll play a quick video for you. It's 6.5 minutes long. I think you'll really like it. But this is one of the big things that I'm working on with that museum in Fremont. I produced a video for them. I tried to make this as engaging and informative as possible. The idea is we can show this to potential donors. We can show this to museum visitors. We can show this to the governor of California. Trying to get this project off the ground. This is going to be new to some of you here, and yeah, I hope you like it. This project in Fremont, not pertaining to dinosaurs per se, but to other fossil creatures from much closer in time. Take a look at this. Within the hills of eastern Fremont lurk ancient wonders which few people are aware of. Be right back. While Fremont today is known for its residential areas and its contributions to the tech industry, what it's not usually known for is fossils. As paleontologists, we'd like to change that. Because believe it or not, one of the world's great fossil sites is right here in Fremont. Back in the Pleistocene, California was home to a spectacular menagerie of creatures. At that time, the San Francisco Bay was dry land, a river valley ruled over by saber-toothed cats, 10-foot-tall camels, ground sloths the size of a car, and Columbian mammoths even larger than today's elephants.
They're from right here in California. These large animals roaming around, it gives an entirely different perspective on life in California.
Which brings us here. The name Irvington might not mean much to most people, but any paleontologists watching right now are doing this. That's because the Irvington district of Fremont lent its name to an entire land mammal age, the Irvingtonian.
So here we're at actually a spot that's considered a type locality. That means the assemblages of fossils that we find here is so distinct.
Let's check on that in a minute.
North America use it as a reference point.
This unique fossil assemblage was first discovered via unconventional means during World War II. Showing off the Ko-Fi. Thank you. Excellent. And hang on a second. Nerduino, 24 months of support. I appreciate that, Nerduino. Thank you, thank you. Can we get a shout out for Nerduino? Who also does some excellent science outreach here on Twitch. Give him a follow. Drink in the wonder of the universe through Nerduino's channel, where as a former NASA scientist, he talks about astronomy, rocket science, how we can learn things about spaces outside our own planet. Check out Nerduino. Appreciate you, Nerduino. It's good to see you. Here, let's get back to this. When men of fighting age were shipping out overseas, a group of school children, led by local teacher Wes Gordon, made a remarkable discovery at Fremont's Bell Quarry. There, in the gravel pit, they found thousands of fossils. They would go there every Saturday, uncovering the bones of horses, camels, ground sloths, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and other Ice Age mammals. The young fossil hunters gained national attention when Life magazine featured their exploits, christening them the Boy Paleontologists.
A story they published
followed in, that was December the 10th, 1945. The war had ended, and so this was important. What did our youth do during the war?
What they did was to discover a unique paleofauna, one that would form the basis for the whole Irvingtonian land mammal age, known to paleontologists the world over. Paleontological work at this exceptional site would continue, yielding ever more important fossils through the 1950s. Until an event that would break the hearts of the boy paleontologists. The Bell Quarry was unceremoniously leveled to make way for Interstate 680. Yeah. And while the specimens discovered there now reside in several museums throughout the Bay Area, one of the world's great fossil sites is now entombed beneath a freeway, with no part of it accessible to paleontologists ever since. That's the end of the story. No, that's not the end of the story. Thankfully, accessible to paleontologists ever since.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Roseanne, thank you for the 37 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 37 months. It's cause for optimism, and so is this. Paleontologists ever since.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
And Gastrodia, thank you for the follow, too. Welcome, welcome. Accessible to paleontologists ever since. Or so everyone assumed.
Because a lot of this is topsoil here. There's like some more kind of consolidated material like right around here-ish.
Mm-hmm. Just this year, while our crew was exploring the Irvington gravels next to the freeway, we started finding fossils. Yep,
yeah, was,
next to the freeway.
Digging here in the stream, and I just dug straight down, found this little camel tooth. So specifically, this is a bottom tooth. So on the bottom teeth, you'll see this kind of like W-shaped pattern here, and that's how you can tell it's a camel.
We got a little piece of rib bone right here.
And then you'll see this side, this is a spine.
That freeway didn't ruin. So these are some of my colleagues. Here's Gaetano Palazzo, who is a graduate student, I think, at UC Santa Cruz now. He's doing his thesis on, his PhD thesis on ammonites. Here's Althea Weber right here, and she is one of the assistant curators at the museum. So she knows a lot about osteology. She's very good at identifying these fossils. And here is Ariel Tonesi, in the blue sweater, or blue shirt right here. She's now getting her either master's or PhD at the South Dakota School of Mines in South Dakota. So some up-and-comers in vertebrate paleontology and invertebrate paleontology in the case of Gaetano here. Exciting stuff. Like, I'm really, really hopeful that this whole enterprise here will become kind of an incubator for paleontologists in the future. And we're starting to see the very beginnings of that right now.
So specifically, this is a bottom tooth. So on the bottom teeth, you'll see this kind of.
And these MHW, I think we have that one already. These. Oh, wrong button. Shoot. Hang on. Give me a second. There we go. Celebrities, which chatters have compared me to. There we go. We've already got that one. Riker from Star Trek, in parentheses, Jonathan Frakes. It is a long list. It is indeed, Orange Boy. Yeah, I definitely don't see some of these, but yeah. I don't think I'm as tall as Jonathan Frakes. Isn't there a supercut of him, like, using chairs the wrong way?
Now.
I'm not that tall. I can't do that.
Completed. Dr. Pulaski's being shown to her quarters. We're ready to get underway.
Grand. Number one, I'll relieve you at 0.
The Riker maneuver thing.
Now,
I would have to jump. I could do it, but it would look really silly. I'd have to jump.
You don't look like a person who came here to relax. Mind if I join you?
No, sir.
Is there something wrong, Wes?
Something's wrong?
Counselor Troy's ill.
It would look really funny if I tried to do that, you know? I'm like 4 feet tall, you know? I say that I'm 4 feet tall so that when people meet me in person, they're surprised that I'm more than 4 feet tall. But I'm like 5'6". I'm not very tall. Ordo Spacis says, I got one for you. Nathan Fillion of Firefly fame. Get in line there. There we go. Nathan Fillion of Firefly. Yeah. Was already on our list. But there you go. Yeah. Dang it, says Ordos. You tried, you know? I've been streaming for just coming up on 5 years now. So there's quite a few. Some of these some of these I've never heard of. Craven the Hunter? I have no idea what that is. Russ Leroc. Daniel Wrench from Chess. Daniel LaRusso. I don't know who that is. Cole Hauser from Yellowstone. I've been to Yellowstone National Park many times. I used to live near there. I don't know who. I've never met that guy. Yeah. All of that list is very complimentary, says these. Well, thank you, Chad. I appreciate it. Anyway. Let's get back to our video.
Hi.
Sorry, wrong video. Here we go. Yeah, where were we? We were right here, finding fossils.
So on the bottom two,
they're there in Fremont.
See this kind of like
we're finding them.
Shape pattern here, and that's how you can tell it's a camel.
We got a little piece of rib bone right here.
And then you'll see this side. This is a spine.
That freeway didn't ruin everything. By studying aerial maps and historical photos, our team has been able to rediscover some prime spots which remain untouched. Spots where, just under the surface, Irvington's fossil wonders are still waiting to be discovered. The stuff is there. So knowing that the fossils are there, that we can still get to them, what are we gonna do?
Growing up in the Bay Area, I always knew I loved fossils and wanted to be a paleontologist. And what's really kind of sad is I didn't realize there were fossils pretty much at my back door my entire life. I could have been going on these adventures and seeing what was out there. So being able to share this really special spot that's not only a type locality but really rich in fossil material, being able to share that with everyone, I think is an important thing to do.
By now, you probably know what we're getting at. The Bay Area has an economy larger than that of Saudi Arabia. There's a lot of money here. We have a population of 8 million people. There's a lot of people here. And we have one of the world's premier fossil sites. It's important. And yet, we do not have a public fossil museum. Now is the time to change that. This is the place to do it. Our vision is this. an active dig site where paleontologists continue to excavate these Irvingtonian fossils, and the public can watch or join in. A world-class museum on site walks visitors through the fossil history of California and showcases the specimens collected from Irvington. Like the La Brea Tar Pits or Dinosaur National Monument, this place would become a destination for people of all ages, but particularly for students from across the Bay Area and beyond. And with a new BART station already planned for construction just blocks away, and this is huge, there is a Bay Area rapid transit system, our light rail system that connects the Bay Area together. This is the beating heart of the Bay Area. The BART line runs right next to this fossil site, and they were already planning on building a station right there, near where this museum would be, like a couple blocks away. This is a big deal. This is one of the linchpins here. This is what can help make this whole project a success. You know, ensure that we'd have hundreds of thousands of visitors every year. You know, we're incredibly lucky for this. And with a new BART station already planned for construction just blocks away, the museum and dig site together have the potential to become one of the most visited attractions in the region. A boon for tourism, for local pride, for science, and for STEM education in the Bay Area. We can make this happen, but we need your help. So, there's that video there. I produced that a little less than a year ago, right before I left for fieldwork last June. Last May, actually. We're still hoping that this will all come together, because it'll be incredible. Yeah. Anywho, Chaotic Time Traveler. Got another email. Oh, very cool. Well, good for you, Chaotic Time Traveler. Good luck with that. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, that's a big project coming up. We've got a little while before we link up with Rhacodactylus for our stream there. So, yeah, why don't we take a look at some fossil news here before we join up with Rhacodactylus. Let's jump into some fossil news. All right, one of the pieces of fossil news we didn't get to yesterday was this. This is from livescience.com. What was the fastest dinosaur? Kind of a perennial question. Dinosaurs left behind clues about their maximum speeds, but do we know which dinosaur was the fastest? Ankylosaurus is the I don't think that's the case. I don't think Ankylosaurus was the fastest dinosaur. Yeah. Get up to the Dinosaur Museum in Drumheller. Good luck, Chaotic Kitten. That's an awesome museum. The Tyrrell is one of the greatest dinosaur museums on the planet. Do whatever you can to get there. You will not regret it. It's incredible. Yeah. The Rexby Zoomins, says Petrodactylus. Yeah. Really weird gait, though. Very stiff. Yeah. So before the mid-1960s, it was widely believed that all dinosaurs were cold-blooded, slow-moving animals. Do we believe this is the case nowadays? We do not. In the summer of 1964, a team of paleontologists led by John Ostrom discovered Deinonychus, a dinosaur equipped with large, sickle-shaped claws, a lightweight body, and strong legs. The fossil suggested the animal was fast and agile. Here, I gotta show you a clip from around that time. Let's go back to our source material here. Source material. We'll go back to an old documentary about Deinonychus.
Model has been challenged. It all started with a new dinosaur being studied at Yale University by Professor John Ostrom.
We have right over here one that I discovered myself, which I think is one of the most interesting dinosaurs that's ever been found.
This is from 1977.
In fact, I also think it's one of the most important dinosaurs ever found. Let me show you some very interesting things about this fellow. First of all, it's a carnivorous dinosaur, but not a big one like Tyrannosaurus. It's just a little fella, probably about 4 or 5 feet high, maybe about 8 or 9 feet in length. Weighed maybe about 175 pounds, about your weight or mine. Perhaps this will show you how big Deinonychus was. This is the thigh bone, or femur, and you see it's just about the same size as mine.
Huh.
One of the curious things about him is the construction of his foot.
Yeah.
And the peculiar thing about this is the very large sickle-like claw on the one toe. And remember that in addition to this long bony claw, there was a horny sheath that fit over that so that the total claw was probably half again as long. Yep. Obviously not designed
really
for
long,
walking.
deadly claw.
But certainly an offensive weapon. This strange structure, which we had never seen before in any of the carnivorous dinosaurs, is the reason that I coined the name for this that I did. Terrible Claw, Deinonychus.
Deinonychus.
He was a fellow I wouldn't want to meet on a dark street at night, I'll tell you. This was another surprise in Deinonychus. Here we have a series of tail vertebrae running from the tip of the tail up to the base of the tail, a total length of maybe about 4 feet. And the unusual thing about this series is the fact that tendons along the tail that normally are soft tissue have turned to bone, and they're ossified. And as far as I know, this is the first time that this particular kind of structure has ever turned up in a carnivorous dinosaur.
We now know this is common in dromaeosaurids, Deinonychus, Velociraptor, Utahraptor, etc.
When we first saw it, I really didn't know what to think. But then, remember the terrible claw? You think about that foot with that big sickle-like claw that he must have used as a weapon. Remember, he's a two-legged animal, can't walk on all fours. He's got to walk on his hind legs. How is he going to use that claw if he's standing on 2 feet? Impossible. He's got to jump around, leap around, using that claw to strike out at whatever prey or animal he's after. This means that he must have been extremely agile, very quick, good balance control, means a high neurological development. And this tail, that reinforces that picture because here we have essentially a balancing pole. So like a tightrope walker on a tightrope was his balancing pole.
I love this very 1970s animation of this animal, but it helps highlight that here's a new picture of dinosaurs. Before, dinosaurs were thought of as slow, sluggish animals. They were thought of as basically like overgrown lizards. Here,
adaptation in its tail.
Oh, stop it. There we go.
This is Yale University's Peabody Museum, where John Ostrom is curator.
I'd like to introduce you to the largest painting in the world. It portrays time over a span of about 350 million years, from the Devonian period back in the Paleozoic all the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic. It's called the Age of Reptiles.
Here is the old picture of dinosaurs. Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
Since the 40s, when it was painted, a number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
So John Ostrom's discovery here, Deinonychus, his team's discovery, I should say, helped change the way we looked at dinosaurs.
1964. John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months in Low County, Montana, and not finding very much. Time had run out. His crew had packed up their equipment and were heading for their cars.
You know, we've been looking for 5 years before we found anything as exciting as this.
Close to where the cars were parked,
I
Ostrom
love how
noticed
proud
something
he
in
is
the
of
rock.
this. You know?
Since his tools were already stowed away, he began to scrape the dirt with his fingernails. This is what he saw first.
Startling. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Notice the extraordinarily large claws, sharp, curved, clearly the hands of a predaceous animal. Associated, found very close to this, was this object, obviously a claw, which I thought belonged to the hand because it looks very much like the claws on those fingers.
But nope.
But there was no place for it to fit. And I puzzled over that for some time. But we found the answer.
Belongs to the foot.
Turns out that that claw didn't belong to the hand at all. In fact, it belonged to the foot.
Yep.
But then something more came to light in our quarry, and I'll show you just a part of it. Bits and pieces of the tail,
Ossified tendon.
encased in bundles of ossified tendons all along each right side, left side, underneath. This made the tail completely stiff, like what I picture as a balancing pole. It kept the animal, helped the animal keep its balance while it was using those sickles on its feet for killing whatever it was hungry for.
This is not a slow-moving, sluggish, dopey animal. This is alert, fast-moving, deadly,
Deinonychus,
warm-blooded,
terrible claw,
a dynamic
a killing
creature.
machine that came into being more than 100 million years ago and used both hands and feet to snatch and rend its prey, keeping its balance by the remarkable adaptation in its tail.
So this is the
Nothing like the galoping
Velociraptor
roots in the
from
Yale
Jurassic
Memo,
Park.
but a speedy acrobat, a racer.
It's kind of a long story why the Deinonychus in Jurassic Park gets called Velociraptor. Velociraptor is a different member of the same family from later in time, from Mongolia. But anyway, the idea I want everybody to take home from this is that when you watch Jurassic Park, or Jurassic World for that matter, the Velociraptors that you're seeing are not Velociraptor. Velociraptor is a lot smaller. Yeah, Velociraptor versus Deinonychus. Yeah, let's see here. Let's get a side-by-side. Nobody's really produced a good one. That's kind of disappointing. Anyway, the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus. And about the size of a turkey or chicken? No, Velociraptor is a lot bigger than a turkey or a chicken. It's 6 feet long, you know? Velociraptor is not huge. But it's certainly big enough to eat you. Yeah. So here's some different Velociraptor specimens next to a person for scale. So definitely bigger than a turkey and definitely big enough to eat you, but smaller than the Deinonychus featured in Jurassic Park, you know? Yeah. We now know they had feathers on their bodies, too. Yeah. I actually made a cold open video about this. I'll play it for you real quick. I think you'll like it. Hang on just a second. Again, like toward the beginning of this stream, there will be a timer countdown. Ignore that. I'm gonna skip toward the relevant video here. Hold your horses. Let's go.
High voltage.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus Rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. Wasn't a big dinosaur, but will the scientists say he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus,
Anyway, yeah, the velociraptors in Jurassic Park and The Lost World in Jurassic Park 3 and the Jurassic World films, those are Deinonychus. They're not Velociraptor. Velociraptor is smaller, it's got a different shaped head, it's from Mongolia, not from Montana, etc. Yeah. Mac Attack says, this is how my second wedding went. Really? You were attacked by Deinonychus?
Take the phone to mommy now.
Kestrel Cholesterol, thank you for the 2 months of support.
It's only been a month, but your streams are genuinely the best part of my evenings.
Thank you.
Despite taking a much-needed break after getting my zoology degree last year,
Congrats.
I finally missed engaging with science content. Thank you so much for filling that void and for all you do for science outreach.
Thank you, Kestrel Cholesterol, for your kind words and your continued support. Again, congratulations on getting your degree right there. Really exciting. I hope you're able to make good use of that. We'll be talking about that sort of thing a little bit with Rhacodactylus, about kind of the current state of science in the United States and elsewhere. Thank you for the encouragement and for the financial support, Kestrel Cholesterol. It means a lot to me. It really does. Which reminds me, thank you, Kepper MN. If you're still here, Kepper, thank you. for your contribution on Ko-Fi there. That makes a difference, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Fallen Orpheus says, I've been lurking for a while, editing some writing, and that was such a strange thing to listen to out of context. I hope it kept things interesting there, Orpheus. Yeah. And Regis Drum says, what is the biggest T-Rex species to live? Would love to have that info when I see my little man. So here's the thing, Regis. T-Rex is a species. So when we're talking about binomial nomenclature, like here for the tiger, Panthera tigris. The capitalized one at the beginning is the genus. The species is the lowercase one afterward. So Panthera tigris, Panthera is the genus, tigris is the species. That's the scientific name for the tiger. The scientific name for T-Rex is, well, T-Rex is an abbreviation of the scientific name, Tyrannosaurus rex. So Rex is the species, Tyrannosaurus is the genus. So Rex is the species. Saying what's the biggest species of Tyrannosaurus rex? Tyrannosaurus rex is the species. Does that make sense? If you're asking what is the biggest species in that family of Tyrannosaur, Tyrannosauridae, there's a bunch of different genera and species within that family, Tyrannosauridae. There's a lot of different tyrannosaurs. And the very biggest one is, of course, Tyrannosaurus. T-Rex is the biggest kind of Tyrannosaur, as far as we know. It is the largest member of its family. It is the biggest Tyrannosaur we know of. Tyrannosaurus. This animal is huge. It's one of the very biggest of all the meat-eating dinosaurs. So yeah, the biggest species is Tyrannosaurus rex. Yeah. Does that make sense? Buttocks says big angry chicken. I mean, this is a big angry chicken that could tear apart a Ford Explorer if it wanted to eat whatever's inside, as seen in the film Jurassic Park. Yeah, so I hope that makes sense. Yeah. A Nightfall the Red says, have you found any evidence of the sound chamber like they did in Jurassic Park 3? Not for theropod dinosaurs, but it's been done for ornithischian dinosaurs. Yeah. Axeman says, we got lucky that the one named King turned out to be the biggest.
Minutes, they were finding fossils.
It's true, I guess. Bago Bones, thanks for the follow. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And It's Evolution, ahoy to you too. I feel like it's been a long time, It's Evolution. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. How are things? I hope you're hanging in there. I know it seems like the world is falling apart right now. I hope you're surviving. I hope you're thriving. It's good to have you back. Rattles excitedly, says Megan Bones. Good to have you here, too. Yeah. And Little Pink Pony asks a really good question. A question that has everything to do with ontogeny. With the growth and development of individual dinosaurs.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. For Tyrannosaurus in particular.
Ontogeny.
There we go. We've got a pretty good sense of Tyrannosaurus ontogeny at this point. How these animals changed as they grew and developed. This is, for all the new folks, one of these huge, one of these major points of contention, an ongoing study and controversy in dinosaur science is studying how these animals developed during their own lifetimes. How much they changed shape as they grew and matured from hatchling to adult. For most dinosaurs, we don't have a good sense of this because we don't have enough specimens, but Tyrannosaurus, we're starting to figure it out.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Regis Drum, thank you for the support. I really appreciate that. That's a recurring sub right there. Holy moly. Thank you, Regis Drum, for that pledge of continued support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. Thanks for helping keep me here online. It's good stuff.
3 times in height.
I mean, how many of you in chat put on 5 pounds of weight every single day? I'm willing to bet it's not very many. That's an incredible growth spurt, you know? Bag of Bones is me during Christmas break, to be honest. There you go. Nuts. That's nuts.
In its teenage years here, this animal was putting on about 5 pounds of weight per day.
So that's not a freshman 15. That's a freshman 3 days. You know, we're not talking about 1 year of university. We're talking about within 3 days of 15 pounds. That's bonkers.
Teenage years here, this animal was putting on about 5 pounds of weight per day. It's mind-boggling.
Regis Drum says, thank you for keeping me up to date so I don't look like an idiot in front of my son when we talk dinosaurs. Regis Drum, you stick around here. Your son will be amazed at your knowledge of dinosaurs. That's the whole point of these streams. That's the reason why I do this, is to give people an inside peek into fossil science. In 1 month now, June 30th, or excuse me, May 30th, excuse me, I'll be out in the field digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and streaming it. Next month, here we go, April, May, I'm going to be traveling out to Wyoming. The entire month of June, we're going to be digging up dinosaurs live in the field, and you'll get to see what that's like firsthand. You can ask whatever questions you're curious about. If your son is watching with you, whatever questions are on your mind, ask them. I'll do my very best to answer them for you as we're digging up dinosaurs live. We've got at least 2 new species of dinosaur we'll be excavating, probably more. Dinosaurs brand new to science, dinosaurs that have not been named yet. It's exciting stuff. I'll be doing this throughout the summer, not just June, but also July, August, maybe into September. It's going to be really cool. I can't wait. We've been doing this for about 3 years now, doing fieldwork live streams via satellite from the remote badlands of the western United States. This is the best way that I know of for doing science outreach. Giving you an inside peek into how we do fossil science. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. I feel like a kid watching. I'm happy to hear that. That's what this is all about. Anyway. A link to this if you want to watch the whole thing. There's a link there in the chat for you. Anyway. tyrannosaurs, they changed so much as they grew and matured. It's kind of nuts, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Oh shoot, we got way off track here. We were supposed to talk about what was the fastest dinosaur, and we might have to save that for tomorrow, honestly. Yeah. It does happen, Claire. So many cool questions and stuff. 10 minutes till? Yeah, Claire. We're gonna try and go link up with Rhacodactylus for a, for a collaborative stream in just a few minutes here. It is an appropriate topic for Thursday Birthday. Yes, indeed, Lydia. Yeah. Primitive War. I've not Rosand. Oh, goodness. This isn't one of those video games. It's like a shoot-'em-up game where you do very unkind things to dinosaurs using bullets, right? If so, I am vehemently disinterested in this. Disgusted, even. Count me out. Yeah. It's a movie where they are being hunted and do unkind things. Oh, yeah, okay. Count me out, then. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, not interested. But I appreciate you, Roseanne. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. I gotta go use the little paleontologist room here. We do still have, I think, a lot of new people in the chat. We've got 340 people watching. There's probably still some raiders from Kit Boga and some other new folks. Why don't we play a quick little welcome video for everybody who happens to be new? That'll give me a chance to go use the restroom. So, without further ado, let's call forth a good friend of ours, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny, who is... He is so keen on this. He's already heard that we're calling him over. Previously Recorded Danny. Hold your horses just a second. He's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, Present Day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his herd a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny.
With monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Magic Car Box, thanks for the follow. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I hope that gives you some background on who I am and what this is all about. Again, I'm still super grateful for that raid from Kit Boga earlier. And if you're still here after that raid, I appreciate you very, very much. Welcome to the community. It's good to have you here. We're going to be joining up with Rhacodactylus in just a few minutes here, very shortly. But maybe let's get a quick some background info here. We're going to be shifting gears a little bit here. Hope that's okay. I want to give everybody a fair warning that, here, let's even go into our dashboard here. And let's select a content label here. We are going to talk a little bit about politics and not so much sensitive social issues, but politics. Let's add this label. This is not something that I relish talking about. As a scientist, as somebody who actively does science, both scientific fieldwork and, you know, scholarly scientific work, publishing in scientific journals and that kind of thing, we're going to be talking about science, and we're going to be talking about cuts to science funding here. I'm going to be linking up in just a minute. We're going to be doing a collaboration with Rhacodactylus, who is himself a cognitive scientist, a scientist who studies why people believe weird things. Conspiracy theories, anti-science beliefs, all kinds of stuff like that. This is his wheelhouse. This is what he studies. This is what he publishes on in scientific journals. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about the current state of science here in the United States. I recognize that this is not going to be the most cheerful and fun and, you know, this is going to be heavy stuff. And so if that's not appealing to you, I totally understand. There will be some people who will be potentially offended by this too. I don't mean to offend anybody. If you're like a diehard conservative Trump supporter, I'm not going to mince words. That guy is currently destroying science in the United States. We're going to be talking about that. And if that's the sort of thing that you can't handle hearing, you know, thank you for tuning in, but you might not like this, you know? Fair warning. We're going to be getting to that here. This is important to talk about because, for a number of reasons. For one thing, I'm lucky enough to be supported by members of this community. I'm not on the payroll of a university, or I don't rely on federal funding like so many people who are losing their jobs right now. I'm in a position where I can speak out about this kind of thing. I have that privilege. I don't have to worry about losing my job. Since I make my living here on Twitch, due to the generosity of this community, I'm in a special position to be able to talk about these sorts of things without worry of losing my job. Reiko is in a semi-similar position too. There are a lot of wonderful people who stream science here on Twitch. Not every one of them is in a position to actually be able to be outspoken about these issues. I'm trying to take the privilege that I have and use it for good here. So I hope you'll understand during that. And if you're the sort of person who wants to support science, if science matters to you, if you want to help cheer on and extend human knowledge through science and through other avenues of research too, the humanities, through other ways of knowing, all of these things are under attack right now by the current presidential administration. We're going to be talking about that here. So anyway, yeah. The son of Austerlitz says, so are you implying that anyone who would not agree with him would be who's him? Austerlitz, I don't know what you mean. You gotta be more specific. Yeah. Rico's position, says Austerlitz. No, not necessarily. But we're going to be giving you our viewpoints as scientists, as people who do active research in these fields. We're going to tell you like it is. We're going to be forthright and honest about this, and not everybody's going to be able to take that. I understand that. There are going to be people... I'm definitely going to lose followers over this, you know? That's fine. People are entitled to their own opinions. But people are not entitled to their own facts. Objective reality is a thing. 2 + 2 = 4. If you say it equals 5, we're gonna have an issue. You know? Anybody who's watching, who insists upon alternative facts, like, we're gonna be at loggerheads here, and I want to make that clear from the start. So yeah. So we're gonna get into this in just a minute. To kind of set us up for this discussion, here's a quick little video from Science Magazine here, 10 hours ago. This is brand new stuff. Let's take a look.
The first 100 days of the Trump administration have been an absolute...
So this is brand new as of today. I don't want to coddle anybody. I don't want to say like, oh, well, you've got a different political viewpoint. Well, let me temper what's going on. Let me shield you from this. Let me protect you from this. Like, no, you deserve the truth. That's what we're going to talk about here. This is brand new from Science Magazine. Just came out 10 hours ago today. This, I think today might mark the 100th day of the second Trump presidency, and scientists have reason to be very, very seriously concerned about what's going on, because tens of thousands of us are losing our jobs and science is being systematically dismantled in our country right now. And that's because of this guy. So I'm not going to mince words about it. I'm going to give it to you straight. I hope that people can appreciate that. That's what you come to paleontologizing for. I hope. Here it is.
The first 100 days of the Trump administration have been an absolute whirlwind of chaos, confusion, and frankly also fear in the scientific community. Every day, it's something new, it's something different, it's almost endless. But as a news staff, we've sort of focused on kind of 3 broad areas. One is the impact on the scientific workforce, both folks who work in the federal government, but also scientists who are supported by federal money. There's no question that this administration has acted much more aggressively to reduce the size of the federal workforce than almost any previous administration.
Back in February when...
So just firing people left and right who work for the federal government, to the point where, like, that alone is probably going to cause a recession. You have that many people unemployed, that many people who you just actively get rid of their jobs so they're no longer able to feed their families. That alone, given about 6 months lead time, that will probably cause a recession, let alone all the tariff stuff. But, yeah.
We saw the first federal workforce cuts. They really went across the board. Within HHS, there's the National Institutes of Health, CDC, and FDA. All of them saw cuts. And then also at a lot of the land management agencies, USGS, Forest Service.
USGS is the the United States Geological Survey, which I think was established by John Wesley Powell, who we talked about last month. A few weeks ago? John Wesley Powell, the one-armed Civil War veteran who rafted down the Colorado River, and he had this grand plan for settlement of the American West that was actually based on science. We talked about him. He ran the USGS back in the day. USGS produced this chart right here that I have on my wall today. This, time spiral like this, kind of documenting the history of life on Earth in a way that anybody can see and appreciate like that. USGS does incredibly important work. The Geological Survey, they've provided a tremendous amount of funding that's gone into understanding the history of our planet, including a lot of paleontological research. USGS has been gutted by the current administration. It's bad. Yeah. Tango Utah says, I'm glad you're addressing this, Danny. Thank you, Tango Utah, for saying that. I appreciate it. Yeah. Did you put the trigger warning, and did Twitch do that? I did that, Peppercat. Trying to cover my bases here.
Land management agencies, USGS, Forest Service. The workers that were cut in this initial round were probationary workers. So these were workers who, in general, had been at their agency in their current position for less than 1 or 2 years. Since those initial probationary firings, there has been a lot of back and forth. Some of them have gotten their jobs back, some of them have not, and are either still in limbo or are trying to figure out what their next steps are. After the probationary firings, we have seen extensive rifts or reductions in force across various agencies. This is the more structured, regulated way that federal employees are able to be removed from.
This is nuts. This is like well over 10,000 federal workers involved in the sciences who have been fired. That alone will probably cause a recession. That level of unemployment just done at a whim, just out of spite. Like the Trump administration just saying, hey, we're going to cut science across the board because we consider it wasteful spending. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is a tremendous economic engine in our country, and I don't know. I'll be talking with Reiko about this in a little bit, but it's appalling.
From their posts, a lot of the folks who lost their jobs have been shocked and devastated. We've heard people say, these were their dream jobs that they lost.
Yeah.
Outside the federal workforce, we have researchers at institutions across the country who rely on federal funding.
There you go, Reiko. Yes.
And who are really struggling.
Reiko, aren't you streaming right now? Shoot. We'll be jumping in just a minute. We're going to go through this video, and then we'll knock on the door.
Struggling amidst all of the uncertainty and the grant cancellations. Incoming graduate cohorts have been severely limited, and even offers of admission have been rescinded.
So people who have been working their entire lives to be able to go to school, people who have been studying their butts off from the time that they were 10 years old. Like, I'm going to grow up to be a scientist, and one day I'm going to cure cancer. These people for whom science, medicine, research are their passions. This is what has been all-consuming for them for their entire lives. They've been working up until this point.
This scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Skyrise Elite, thank you for the follow. People studying to be scienticians. People who have, this is their primary passion, their goal in life, their all-consuming purpose. People who have given their all to be able to go into these fields and contribute to the sum total of human knowledge, contribute to human progress. They studied hard their entire lives. They worked as hard as they could. They went through school, and now they're applying to jobs, they're applying to grants, and these things are no longer available. Just like that. Because the current administration decided, we don't like science. We don't like people knowing things. We don't like people having the smarts to be able to question the people in power. They're scared of that. I think that's part of the reason why they're doing this. I'm editorializing a bit here, but we'll talk with Reiko about this.
I think the impacts of the current climate are certainly going to have a huge effect on the early career researchers, the trainees. There certainly are some folks who are thinking much more seriously about leaving research.
Not just thinking seriously. Part of what bugs me about this is that As scientists, we're trained to be soft-spoken. We're trained to couch our words in lots of descriptors, things that make our words less impactful. I personally know people who have completely left the sciences, left research because there's just no opportunities. They're like, I can't make a living doing this. My lifelong dream, it's shattered. I can't do this anymore. Clockwork Griffin says archaeology is struggling too. It's bad. Friends and coworkers have lost jobs? Absolutely. Yeah. DeRozan says we're trained to be technical, not emotional. Exactly. You know?
At the same time, I'm also seeing a lot of determination. There are a lot of folks who want to continue pushing through. One of the other elements that's really making the community concerned about the next generation are cuts that we've been seeing to a lot of training programs. We know that diversity of viewpoints is crucial for advancing scientific knowledge, that inclusion benefits everyone. I think for many of the researchers from the underrepresented groups, it's just been like a slap in the face to see a lot of that support retracted from not only the administration, but the scientific societies that have, rewritten some of their websites or canceled DEI related programs. I just don't.
And the slap in the face is not, again, I feel like that's being too gentle. It's being too cautious about our words here. It's not just the slap in the face. This is like being thrown out of a window from a 10-story building. You know? This program is no longer available. We're no longer funding this kind of research. We are actively hostile. The federal government is now actively hostile toward entire fields of study. They're just cutting thousands of people's jobs and trying to prevent research from happening in certain fields. It's bonkers. Putin-style defenestration. There you go, Dr. Hubbs. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't want to lose track of
Though
the
it
real
may
human
not seem
impact.
like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. I'll tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Galrox, for the 500 bits.
This defenestration is very unfortunate.
I agree. It's less than, it's worse than unfortunate. It's actively, I think, malicious in some cases, in many cases. We'll talk about that with Reiko when we join up in a few minutes. And all that to save pocket change in the context of the overall budget, says Axeman. Yeah, it's... Science funding has not really increased over the past couple decades here in the U.S. It's stayed consistent or fallen in many cases. If you want to balance the federal budget, which is a stupid concept in and of itself. Any economist can tell you that. That's anyway. It's a really dumb way of looking at things that's completely economically illiterate. But even if you want to balance the federal budget, you wouldn't cut science. Science is just a tiny portion of spending. If anything, make some cuts to the military, which is like an insane amount of spending. And we don't know where a ton of that money goes in the first place. Like, every time that the Pentagon has been audited recently, like, they've failed every single audit. There is an insane amount of waste and graft in defense spending in the U.S. every year. This is not just me saying this. Like, look it up, read about it. It's bonkers how much money just disappears. Nobody knows what it goes toward. It's literally hundreds of billions of dollars just disappears into the wind like that. Science is a tiny drop in the bucket compared to that. And we know where all of that money goes to. And each dollar that goes into science funding in this country is multiplied many times an economic benefit to our country. Not so for Pentagon funding. And people from the Pentagon readily admit this too. This is not me saying this from the outside. They're saying it as well. They're like, we don't need all this money. Why are you doing this? It's insane. Anyhow.
Fact that this is taking on the research community.
A second kind of broad area is what's going on in biomedical research, which is the largest area of spending by the federal government in science and has been disproportionately affected. The nature of some of the executive orders meant that NIH in particular was hit hard because the administration didn't want to fund research into diversity, equity, and inclusion, LGBT.
There you go, Rosandia. Yeah.
NIH is the largest funder of research in the United States and the largest funder of biomedical research in the world. Most of its budget goes out to...
Pseudosaurus Roke says they will invest in other lucrative types of sciences, war and stuff. I don't even think they're doing that. I think they're not just shooting themselves in the foot. They're firing an RPG down at their boot. Like, advancements in weapons technology will also suffer from these kinds of funding cuts as well. It's bonkers what they're doing. Like, all kinds of different funding are being cut. If you're the sort of person who's really concerned about the U.S. having the most deadly fighting force in the world, that will also be hurt by these funding cuts too. It's insane what's going on.
Universities across the country has grants to fund research there, but NIH also has a really large research program on its campus. So I was on the NIH campus last week talking to NIH's in-house researchers. It was very grim. They're feeling under assault in many ways. This recent RIF was getting rid of support staff, like people who work in purchasing offices or HR or communications or IT. And so people told me that they can't travel now because there's too much lead time is needed to get the trip approved. They can't buy things, reagents, for example, because there's nobody to process their order. Along with this White House...
So, again, it's nice having scientists on camera like this, but this is an issue in that scientists are not trained. Most of the time, we're not media trained, you know? We often don't know how to communicate the urgency and the direness of the situation. There have been cuts to the NIH where basically if you want to get funding for anything above $1 of spending, say you need to buy laboratory equipment, you're doing research on cancer or on disease prevention or something, if you want to use your department credit card to be able to make purchases, anything above $1, instantly denied. That's the level of cuts that we're talking about right here. It is insane, you know?
Has proposal to cut the budget of NIH pretty dramatically. They also want to reorganize it. There are now 25 institutes and centers, and the White House has proposed collapsing them into 8 and getting rid of at least 4 centers that study things like minority health and nursing, and they're not doing international research.
Yep.
So
just completely axing entire departments like that. Just getting rid of them, essentially. It's nuts.
So HHS has said this is all part of a move towards efficiency and that they're going to centralize things like communications and purchasing.
So these are departments and agencies and organizations that were already severely underfunded to start with. I've heard plenty of stories of people like having to spend their own money on just buying basic supplies for like extraordinarily important disease research and stuff like that. And the way that you hear about like teachers having to pay out of pocket to buy pencils for their students or to buy textbooks and stuff, this is already happening in disease research labs here in the US, where like researchers are spending their own money in order to be able to buy reagents for basic research in their laboratories. And that was before these cuts. Now the laboratories are being systematically dismantled. People are getting fired. We will not have like major disease laboratories in the United States after these cuts. This is like an existential threat to our country. Like I hope I'm not sounding too dramatic about this, but it's nuts that this is not being reported on in the media. This is an existential threat to our very existence in the United States.
But they did not have a plan in place before these cuts. The grants we talked about before that go out to academic researchers across the country. The Trump administration, several agencies, announced that they were going to suspend $400 million in federal grants to Colombia because they wanted changes in Colombia's policies towards protesters who were very active on the campus.
Direct attack on
last
the First
year,
Amendment.
protesting about Israel's bombardment of Gaza. Meanwhile, this is started to happen at other major research universities like Harvard and University of Pennsylvania. There's a big list. If the university where it's happening does not find some money to keep the grant going or the project, then they may have to shut down and they may have to lay off staff. At Columbia, the grants that were stopped, some of them did involve DEI or some of the sort of taboo topics, but at Harvard, some of the ones that
taboo for the current administration, at least, you know, the Trump administration is terrified of things like diversity, equity, inclusion. They're terrified of any project that talks about or tries to support people in the sciences who maybe aren't straight white Christian males. If you don't belong to that narrow subcategory, they don't want you doing research. Even if you are part of that subcategory, they probably don't want you doing research anyway. It's nuts. Again,
have been in the news.
It's hard to find the words to describe this.
Or
you know,
those topics, they were infectious disease research, I think studying the effects of radiation on the body. So yeah, they had nothing to do with diversity or transgender research.
The third area, which was one of the first areas to feel the major impacts, was global health. How the United States supports all kinds of health activities all around the world. One of the first pieces of evidence we saw of Doge's influence was at the U.S. Agency for International Development, where Elon Musk famously announced on Twitter that they were going to feed the agency into a wood chipper. And indeed, that's pretty much what they did. They canceled.
And that's, again, this is what he tweeted. We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. So I've had mixed feelings about USAID to start with. It is kind of like a tool of U.S. global imperialism, but there are very good, kind-hearted people who work in that organization who are doing things like trying to keep children from dying of malaria, trying to prevent the spread of HIV overseas and in the U.S. as well. Like, maybe here's the frustrating thing, is that the people who are making these cuts, Elon Musk and Doge and all of that, they're very much in favor of U.S. imperialism, and USAID is a tool in that tool belt, but it also does very good things. They're against the good things, but for the imperialism. It's a weird thing to observe from the outside, because, you know, USAID has definitely been used for evil means in the past, but on the ground they do good work and they help people. It's like trying to glean a good thing out of this imperialist machine. And they're like, no, we like the imperialist machine, but we hate the good stuff. We want to cut that. We want to stop it. We want people in other countries to die of preventable diseases. We want children to die of malaria. We want more orphans. We want more childless mothers. We want more suffering and death outside of the United States, is basically what they're saying by cutting USAID. It's incredibly heartless. I'm sorry I'm getting so animated about this, but it's really hard not to. Thank you for the Ko-Fi donation there. Who is that? Thank you, Giant Straubs. Holy moly, thank you for that donation. I really appreciate it. That means a tremendous amount to me. That helps. Thank you for that support. Let's
they
continue.
canceled most of the contract to a wood chipper. And indeed, that's pretty much what they did. They canceled most of the contracts, they fired most of the staff, they hollowed out the agency, where it basically exists in name only at this point.
I think nobody really expected the onslaught that we've seen the last 3 months. It's completely beyond what what people expected to happen. This began in January with the so-called stop work orders. That's caused a lot of confusion and also a very immediate impact on the ground. People were suddenly without their medications. Clinical trials were halted, which people...
Again, I'm sorry I keep pausing, but imagine that you're the parent of a child with a rare disease, and your child is enrolled in a clinical trial. You know, say your child might only have a few years to live, but you're hoping against hope that medical science is able to come up with a cure for this. And even if your child passes away, you hope that maybe their inclusion in this medical study will help find a cure, and that will prevent other parents in the future from going through this heartache. It will help save children in the future. There are so many different clinical trials like this that were canceled because of these cuts. And these kids are gonna die. And whatever knowledge could have been gleaned from this, just that tiny ray of hope that, like, yes, my child is not gonna make it here, but maybe we can prevent this in the future. Forget it. It's not gonna happen, you know. Because of this.
That's caused a lot of confusion and also a very immediate impact on the ground. People were suddenly without their medications. Clinical trials were halted, which people have pointed out is an unethical thing to do. USAID has been very important in global health. They spend on a vast variety of diseases, a massive program for HIV/AIDS, for malaria, tuberculosis, and then for many smaller diseases, and then things like pandemic prevention, malnutrition. Many programs have already been ended. People have to close down offices. People have modeled what this would mean for global health. And one recent preprint said there could be 25 million deaths in the next 15 years because of diseases like HIV, malaria, tuberculosis. As a
25 million.
result of these cuts. We had a story also about a comment in Nature that said that there could be about 370,000 deaths from malnutrition.
Nerduino says, of course, everyone talks about what is spent. Nobody talks about all the money saved by preventing diseases, and etc. Exactly. That's why the whole Doge thing has been such a colossal world historic failure, you know? Trying to save money through cuts. They're causing so much more money to be lost in the long run. It's incredibly stupid, short-sighted, cruel thinking, you know? Let's save a penny here so that we can pay $200 in the future and cause the suffering and death of hundreds of thousands of people. It's insane.
So the impact is really, really severe.
And there you go, Devo Paladin, yes.
You see the
You're
planes
right.
landing, you see photos of big bags of food with the USAID logo on it and the slogan, "From the American people."
Look at this graph.
Tinfoil, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
That was a powerful symbol of America's benevolence, if you will, and people see that being destroyed. Also, grants have been altered or cancelled within the National Institutes of Health. NIH has now ended South Africa's participation in some clinical trial networks for HIV/AIDS.
Think of all the people who are going to die from that,
with
you know?
the largest number of people living with HIV in the world. But it's also a country with a very solid research infrastructure. By ending that collaboration, NIH is depriving itself of a very important opportunity for research. Many organizations working in global health are looking for other funders, but the answer is there aren't many. European countries are already cutting down on foreign aid as well. So we're seeing sort of a global retreat almost from global health.
And that
so
will
now
have
that we're
serious
getting through the
consequences.
first 100 days, the newsroom is beginning to think about what's going to come next. And we're really looking at a couple of big issues that are on the horizon. The first is going to be what the White House requests for the 2026 budget. They're expected to make that request in coming weeks, And we already know at some research agencies, they are going to ask Congress to make massive budget cuts. A second thing we're watching is the results of all these lawsuits. There are dozens and dozens of them, and we don't know where those are going to land yet. And that really brings us to the last big question, which is hovering over all of this. Does this administration mark the end of what has essentially been a 75-year compact between the federal government and the research community?
So what he's asking here is, like, for 75 years, basically, since the start of the Cold War, since Sputnik, essentially, we've had this agreement that, like, we as taxpayers in the United States pay money into the federal government, and as a result, we receive things like funding for health initiatives, funding for science, funding for improving our way of life, helping people survive communicable diseases, just try to make our lives better as Americans. Is this agreement now over? Is this an end to that? And now our tax money only goes toward foreign military adventures and tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy? Is that what's going on here? It certainly seems like it. It seems like that's what the current administration is trying to do.
And essentially, that compact said the government will take responsibility for funding basic research, research that may have no obvious application, that's curiosity-driven. And we're going to do that mostly at universities. It's produced tremendous innovation, huge amount of gross domestic product. But
it's improved our lives in ways that are kind of immeasurable, you know? There are entire industries, there are entire, medical interventions, cures for diseases, all kinds of things that have come out of that basic scientific research. Are we just completely discarding all of that now? Is it just, sorry, game over? We know we've seen unfathomable benefits from this, but that's not as important as giving the ultra-wealthy further tax breaks. The ultra-wealthy are the only people who actually matter in society. We need to make sure that they have all that they've ever dreamed of and more. We need to sacrifice our children's health and well-being, education, futures, in order to make sure that they can continue to amass obscene amounts of wealth. Is that what we're doing here? It certainly seems like it.
The actions of this administration suggest that that compact is at minimum eroding and may be completely reconfigured in the years to come.
So there you go. During production of this video, so as they're editing this, the National Science Foundation, the NSF, announced it was terminating already awarded grants. So grants that were already awarded, Congress had already approved these. This is already, this is almost certainly illegal. They're terminating already awarded grants under orders from the Trump administration, potentially worth up to $2 billion. So it's a further $2 billion being cut from science funding in this country. This is like, I don't know how else to say it. As a paleontologist, this is like an extinction level event. This is a mass extinction event in terms of U.S. science funding. Like, there will not be very much science happening in this country if this continues. Like, this is already hugely this is already devastating. If it continues like this, you can kiss science goodbye here in the U.S. A few days later, NSF's director resigned. Yeah, this was news just the other day. Here's a link to this right here. Citing our sources here. Let's go see what Rhacodactylus is up to. And let's see. Let's go knock. And
anyone being threatened seriously, or lightly.
There we go.
It takes that stuff very seriously, and you don't want to ruin your life.
Let's start virtual camera here. accept. Okay, good.
Get started.
Can chat hear your call?
Here.
Oh, okay. I can hear Danny.
You can hear me, Reiko? Okay, nice.
Again, you're doubled up on audio, but I can hear you.
Include my camera. Just a minute here.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Guest seen.
All right.
Turn camera
let's do
on.
that.
Okay. Confirm. Okay, here we go.
Let's see.
You might have to start
Camera.
your OBS virtual camera or something like. You know how it works. Sorry.
Actually, I don't know how this works. I don't think I've ever done this before. Or actually, it's now been a while since I've done this. So let's see.
Okay, this should be fun.
Yeah.
We'll figure it
All right,
out. How many scientists does it take to figure out Twitch's
start
stream together
virtual
function?
camera. OBS virtual camera. Let's see. Okay, there we go.
All right, you're 8-bit right now, but it should improve as Twitch catches up here.
All right, and let me get desktop audio so people can hear Danny. Hopefully people in my stream can hear Paleontologizing.
And hopefully everybody in my channel can hear Reiko as well.
Do we have the shared stream, or the shared chat as part of this?
Let's see. Let me look at this other window over here. Make that full screen. Start sharing chat. Shared chat is enabled.
Ah, there we go. Cool.
Beautiful.
All right, and then let me add the guest camera.
Excellent.
And
so right now on my screen, you're still in 8-bit mode, but it should improve hopefully in a few minutes. Maybe I might have to stop it and start it again if it doesn't improve, but we'll give it a minute or two. We'll see how things advance.
Order. Yeah, let me try to get this and get you on screen as well. Let's do that. Oh, I don't want to do that because then I'm hearing myself a whole bunch. Okay.
Getting an echo?
Yeah. All right, let's do that. And then I'll just do it this way. It's not going to look clean, but I don't care for clean. If it works,
camera
it works.
just improved exponentially here on my screen, so that's good. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Harry Vetch says, this is how video chat looked in 1998, kids. It's now we've just been brought back up to 2025, so this is good. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, how are you doing, Reiko? Shoot. I know there's a lot of bad, nasty stuff going on in the world right now. How are you doing personally? Good. I hope you're hanging in there.
I'm actually kind of struggling at the moment. A lot of things are happening. There are some health issues with family members and longtime family friends that are in hospitals and needing tests and so on, and things like dementia and so on for older members. And also kind of personally, I'm struggling to be able to make rent this month, and I'll sort of just barely be able to do it. All this other stuff. Still on the job market, but I am trying to find joy where I can because, as may come up in the topic today, under these kinds of circumstances, joy itself is an act of resistance. And so it is always good to latch on to that. Now, all of that said, I'm still firmly connected with, great friends, family members, community, and things like that that are keeping me afloat, including, very wonderfully, the various Twitch communities that I'm a part of. So all of you wonderful people are a very integral and positive part of my life, and I thank you for it. And I hope that with any of the nonsense that I do on Twitch, you're able to get some degree of entertainment out of it. I spend a lot of time playing Mario very fast or Final Fantasy very fast, and if you dig it, you dig it. But yeah, that's roughly how things are with me. How are things on your end?
Good. Really good. I almost feel guilty talking about it. Things have been going really well. I just got back from St. George, Utah about a week and a half ago, like you know about. Things were really good there. I've got field work coming up in a month's time in Wyoming, and yeah, exciting new things happening with Twitch potentially too. So I'm glad I went and checked my email today when I emailed you, because I had some emails there waiting from Twitch. So there's exciting things happening. Thank you for that kick in the butt to make sure that I'm checking my email accounts, all 6 of them. I things are good, and there's a new book coming out that features me in it very shortly. So we'll be talking about that in about a week and a half after I get back from a vacation. I'm going on vacation next week, and it almost feels, I almost feel guilty about that. This is my first real vacation since I started streaming like 5 years ago, but it feels weird doing that as the world is kind of on fire. But I'm going to do my best to enjoy it, and I'm incredibly lucky, and I want to recognize that fact,
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. I do hope that you get to enjoy it. It's very well deserved. The amount of work that you've put in on doing science communication here on Twitch, and bringing the joy of paleontology to so many people who otherwise wouldn't be exposed to it, you've busted your back in a way that few have, and you absolutely deserve to take care of yourself in small ways as well as large. So you earned this vacation. You've probably earned 10 more, but you've earned this one. So absolutely enjoy it.
I appreciate you saying that. It means a lot. It feels weird to be gone for more than a week. First time I've ever done this since I've started streaming. But I think I'm going to be atoning for that. Hopefully streaming every single day for like 32 days for the whole month of June and more from the field next month. It's going to be good. Yeah. But anyway, thank you so much for talking with me, Reiko, today. You're kind of the perfect person to have this conversation with. And for anybody who's unfamiliar with you and your background and what you work on, would you mind doing a quick little verbal blurb about yourself? Who are you? What do you do? Why is your work important?
Sure. So yeah, welcome everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Racodactylus or Racodactylus. Either pronunciation is fine. I'm actually mostly a speedrunner here on Twitch. I do play games very fast. And it turns out you can convince a lot of people that you're good at a video game if you just have a timer going.
Nice. Yeah.
On screen with you. So I've managed to fool a lot of people into thinking I'm good at games like Final Fantasy V or Wild Arms. It's amazing.
Yeah. You're one of the best in the world, right? I can only assume that based on having seen you with the timer.
For some games, actually, yeah. I actually am. I'm not a world record holder for anything, but second place, fifth place, things like that for some games. But small communities, big communities, kinds of things. People do this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm mostly a speedrunner here on Twitch. I do other kinds of gaming content too, but since last July or August, I've also just started to do science communication here on Twitch. I got my PhD in cognitive and information sciences from the University of California, and I specifically study why people believe weird stuff. Why do people accept science because science is weird, and why do people reject science because science denial is weird? Why do people believe historical events? Why do people believe conspiracies? Why do people believe superstitions? Why do people believe regular stations. I don't actually have a contrast for that one. I have been doing this research for a little bit more than a decade now, but I've also contributed to fields of neuropsychology, studying traumatic brain injury, human-robot interaction for the development of social autonomous agents, cognitive neuroscience for understanding the neural mechanisms of social cognition, and philosophy of science, studying values in science, as well as per my most recent publication from last week, the role of the scientific community in promoting pseudoscience, with an emphasis on the role of mainstream psychology as being a ground for race pseudoscience. So I just got a paper accepted last week at Quantitative Science Studies with one of my former doctoral advisors, studying 50 years of mainstream psychology from 1960 to 2010, looking at race science discourse in the field in mainstream journals. And we couch some of our findings in what is called the field of agnotology, so the creation of ignorance. So a relatively newer subfield of epistemology, but that's where we're sort of couching things. So that's kind of, I'm longer than capsule summary of what I do, because my superpower is never saying in 5 words what I can say in 50. So that's a kind of introduction to who I am.
All right. I
And
feel like that's.
if I could,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and now I would actually like to turn it over to Danny to introduce himself to members of my community who may not be familiar with the wonderful dinosaur paleontology science communicator that you are.
Thank you. I was going to say that seems like a power that many of us scientists are imbued with, saying things in many words that could have been voiced in just a few. I'm going to proceed to do that myself here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. Most paleontologists work on non-dinosaurs, so everything from fossil bacteria to fossil whales, from fossil plants to fossil frogs, everything in between. If there's a creature that left record of its existence in the rocks, there's a paleontologist who studies that. But I guess I'm kind of a stereotype in the sense that I do study dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, what I dig up during the summers. But I try and give people an inside peek into how all of fossil science works to the best of my ability. That's what I do here on Twitch, and believe it or not, this is how I make my living, is by doing science outreach full-time on this platform. It's been a tremendous privilege, and really looking forward to being back out in the field for most of this coming summer, showing people what it's like to dig up fossils in the field and what field paleontology is all about. So, yeah. With that being said, Reiko, you and I have got very different fields of expertise, but we're both scientists, and science is a huge multidisciplinary approach. This is how we study the world around us, by systematic means, testing hypotheses, trying to figure out what's what, not based on hunches or assumptions or personally held beliefs, but based on evidence. And this is something that doesn't seem to be particularly well respected or supported by the current presidential administration here in the U.S. I guess we'll just jump into it. Yeah. I heard a sharp inhalation there.
Yeah, so I guess at the outset, one of the things that's worth at least considering is that some of the things that we end up talking about, not just you and I, but we in the scientific community are talking about with regards to the current administration's treatment of the scientific institutions, may sound hyperbolic or alarmist, but the sort of sad reality is, no matter how bad we are, like the things we are talking about, it is actually kind of worse than that, because as individual members of the scientific community, there's only so much that you and I actually know about all the things that are going on. I'm discovering new things all the time. I'm hearing from new colleagues about their grants being terminated when last week they weren't. And these are only drops in the bucket relative to everything that's going on. So as hard as listeners and viewers may find this to be, no matter how bad things are that you're hearing about, in totality, it is actually kind of far worse. So that's not, I mean, that's not a hopeful thing to hear. That's a kind of very depressing thing to hear. But it is worth keeping in mind that some people are being dismissed as alarmist or overreacting. But when we consider that the scientific community is not just test tubes and microscopes and soil samples, but is people's health, people's livelihoods, the pollution in our environment that we need to understand in order to clean up, and our safety, the safety of the food that we eat, the safety of the materials that we interact with, and our livelihoods, people are already dying from these kinds of things, from very, very preventable causes that they weren't dying from just 4 months ago. Like measles, for goodness sake, in the United States. We've had the first death of measles in 22 years in the United States this year since an inauguration, and we've had several additional ones since then, and we are well over 500 documented cases of measles in the United States, when just a few short decades ago, the United States was rightfully championing that we have effectively eradicated it from the United States.
Zero. Yeah.
And to go from zero to over 500, 600, and to kind of go from that, not just over the span of decades, but really now in the span of just years / months, like, this is bad, and we do need to be taking this seriously. So yeah, that's kind of one thing to keep in mind, is these attacks on science are not just attacks on ideas, or nebbishy little nerds in lab coats isolated away in their ivory towers. It is an attack on our ability to live.
Yeah, on us and our families, on our safety and security and health, our ability to lead happy, fulfilled lives in this country. It's crazy to think about. Like, it's hard for me to wrap my mind around this, and not just because I'm passionate about science, but because I want people to be happy and healthy and be able to fulfill their potential and do what they're passionate about. And to rob people of that is, it's hard to fathom why you would do this. Yeah, I don't know.
So something that I've talked about on my stream in the last few weeks, because for the past few weeks, so I do science communication, like, specifically on Wednesday. So if people want to hang out for that, Wednesday's the day to do that. But for the past few weeks, the topics that I've been talking about have been news articles about attacks on science. I haven't been doing a lot of fun stuff, no more like new paper on the cognitive neuroscience of whatever. Like, it's just been like, hey, this is really bad. But one of the things that I have mentioned is, when the scientific community is acting with integrity and proper, things like that, because, there are some bad actors in science. We have caught frauds before. We have caught people faking data. So, like, not everybody's, an angel. But when the scientific community is acting with integrity and members are acting in accordance with the epistemological values that we have, the scientific community is one very strong assault on authoritarian worldviews.
Right.
Because the scientific community does come to kind of consensus conclusions about how important it is to have breathable air for everyone, and tillable soil for the land for farmers, and drinkable potable water for everyone. And the thing is, authoritarians don't like that stuff, because those kinds of conclusions run afoul of industrialization and manufacturing in a completely unregulated fashion, in pursuit of immediate short-term profit and immediate short-term power gains. So science, alongside our allied disciplines like philosophy, engineering, history, and so on, when it's operating at our best, we are a defense against encroachment of fascism, authoritarianism, and totalitarianism.
Yep.
And this is why these academic communities are being attacked, as they have been in the past, by other authoritarian regimes like Lysenkoism in Russia, or in Franco's Spain, or Mussolini's Italy. The attacks that we are seeing today are very much in the same vein, because no matter what direction of science that you want to look at, our existence is a threat to power-hungry authoritarians. And no matter how far removed you may think the content of science is from that, the practice of science is inextricably interwoven into this stuff. And I actually do want to laud your field in particular for this, because I heard from the president of SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Yeah.
She had posted on Blue Sky at the about the last SVP meeting that one of the introductory keynote talks was by, and I want to get his name correct. The start of it was a talk by paleontologist Dr. Brandon Kilbourne, who did a poetry reading of some of his poetry, as well as, to put it in Dr. Lewis's words, reflecting on natural historians, their role in colonization, racism, and repression, and making sure we, that is to say paleontologists, all know and share with our students the legacy of our field.
Yep.
So even in paleontology that is digging up the past, there is a conscious awareness of the role of paleontology in the present societal moment. And your colleagues are taking this very seriously, and that is a very laudable thing to do. Just before we started conversing, I was sharing statements by the Canadian Archaeological Association and the American Psychological Foundation in calling attention in an oppositional way to these attacks on the scientific community. All of us in all of our disciplines are necessary to protect the freedoms of all of us and to protect the livelihoods of all of us.
Absolutely. Yeah. I want to say I'm very proud of SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. They have been they've been doing good work here. They've been saying the right things and doing the right things, and I'm actually really optimistic about their new leadership as well. We elected a new president recently. Stuart Sumida is the new president of SVP, and I get to meet with him back in November. And we'll see. I might actually be helping out with some public outreach stuff, and but I'm very happy that we've got some good people there who are helping lead the society, and they're very concerned about the state of science here in the US and in other places around the world too. And they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. In trying to promote our science to the general public, trying to uplift people from disadvantaged backgrounds to try and get them into paleontology, and trying to make sure that our science is a beacon to people around the world, that we're not continuing these exploitative practices like have been done in the past. We're trying to do things correctly, and we're trying to be as inclusive as we can and make sure that our science is kind of a positive impact upon humanity as a whole, you know?
It is kind of, not surprising when you consider that one of the values of the scientific community is, and we don't always live up to it, but one of the values that we put forward is that we are self-correcting. When we discover new anomalous data that doesn't fit within our current theories, we go through a process of potential revision or paradigm shifts, or however you want to go through it. And these are not like nice, polite, civil things. These can be very acrimonious. Scientists are people after all, but we do value the idea of self-correction. It's not just in our content. It's not just in our theories and our hypotheses and our analyses. It is in the entire practice of science. And the practice of science today is recognizing the value of being more inclusive and the value of looking back at how we used to act and learning from the mistakes that we thought were good, that we thought were justifiable. And while different fields are doing it at different rates and in different directions and things like that, it's not that surprising that the scientific community, along with other scholarly communities like historical communities and philosophical communities, are going through this self-corrective process, not just with regard to like, you know, a causal explanation for a phenomenon, but also how do we just do science better?
Right.
This is kind of who we are as a community when we are at our best, and I really do like that a lot of scientists are stepping up to the plate in these troubling times, as we have seen in the past in like those examples I mentioned in Lysenkoist Russia or the Soviet Union and Franco Spain and so on. It is important that all of us stand up to protect the integrity of the scientific community.
And I want to kind of give flesh to that, to what you're saying here. Maybe some examples for people who are watching. What do we mean by inclusivity? This means people from disadvantaged backgrounds, people from racial backgrounds who, like, they might not see a lot of people who look like them in these scientific fields. It might mean, you know, people who have children, like mothers who want to participate in science and they need childcare during a scientific meeting or something like that. It's just trying to make accommodations for people so it's not all, you know, bearded middle-aged white men, you know, like kind of used to be the case. We're trying to make it the case that trying to design a system in which lots of different kinds of people can participate, because those different viewpoints, you never know what will result from that. You never know what perspectives people are going to bring. We were looking at a paper yesterday on my stream about the world's first fossilized tracks from a pangolin identified. So these very cool, like, scaly anteater animals. They're not anteaters, but anyways, incredibly cool creatures. And the first ever fossil trackway was identified by indigenous people in South Africa. They're like, you know, they were brought in to look at this, like, what in the world are these weird tracks? And they go, oh yeah, we've been looking at these for, you know, for centuries. Tracking is our thing. This is part of our culture. These are pangolin tracks. And then this was shown to other experts around the world and and everybody's like, yeah, they're pangolin tracks. These people absolutely got it right. That insight first came from people that are not normally included in the scientific process. You know, that's knowledge that's not available to any of these paleontologists who were on the crew before this. And this is the kind of thing that we're talking about. Like, there is expertise, there are perspectives, there are points of view that can help enrich all of us. And before, these have been neglected, and when we bring those in, everyone benefits. You know? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. You know, to build on that, you know, we may hear from some of these cynical anti-intellectual forces that the only diversity that matters is viewpoint diversity. And the kind of immediate rebuttal to that should always be, but these other forms of diversity is how we get viewpoint diversity.
Exactly. Yes.
You don't get viewpoint diversity from a homogenous demographic, like almost definitionally. So when we start kicking out, you know, women from science or Hispanics from science, Asian people from science, and so on and so forth, we are actually limiting the real viewpoint diversity that's there. So always be a little skeptical if you hear somebody say that what matters is viewpoint diversity or things like that, because
this is viewpoint diversity. Yeah,
exactly. In my discipline, there's a researcher. I want to say he's at Stanford. I don't know where he's located, but his name is Stephen Roberts, and he's got a few papers out with some of his colleagues where he is calling direct attention to how in the psychological sciences for many, many decades now, and still to this day, we treat whiteness as a non-racialized categorization.
As the default. Yeah.
In fact, that's actually one of the titles of his papers, is challenging the white as default framework.
Right. So
that has been
to make this like a video game thing. That's the standard for the character selection screen, right? That's the basic thing that you start with. That's what we think about normally. We got to change that, you know? Yeah.
And he, you know, he's even got some empirical data that, you know, when research in psychological science uses predominantly or exclusively white samples of participants, the research is couched in non-racialized terms and is generalized to the entire human condition. But if a research study is using a sample from Egypt or Ghana or Colombia or Venezuela, there's this sort of cultural professional expectation to specify that, you know, you limit your generalizations to not be about humanity, but only about, you know, Colombians or Hispanic people or Ghanans or African people.
Sure. Yeah.
This idea that whiteness is somehow generalizable and universal experience, but blackness is somehow particularized and not universal. That is
Right.
something that my field has had to deal with, and there's you know, I've tried to couch this in like science when we're acting at our best. There's resistance to this stuff because the
Right.
scientific community is people, and sometimes some people suck. There's sort of no other way to put it. And this can also happen
Yeah.
in science, and that's actually the, you know, the paper I just got published. The mainstream scientific community has been a breeding ground for certain racial pseudoscience. We have responsibilities to fix that, to address those problematic elements of all of our fields, whether it is colonialist, racist, sexist, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, thankfully there are plenty of us who are trying to fight the good fight about it. But you know, resistance isn't just coming from, you know, this or that administration or this or that government. There are members of the scientific community who benefit very much from these systems of oppression who don't want them to go away.
Right.
And so we have to have this fight on those multiple fronts as well, not just the political pressures from external forces, but also the sort of ideological pressures from internal forces. And that does make everything more challenging, but it's a fight worth having, because all of science is pretty damn cool. Like from the deepest ocean to the furthest reaches of space and everything in between, science is just pretty cool, and I want to share that with as many people as possible. And I know that's the case for almost every scientist that I've ever collaborated with.
You would hope it would be all of us. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we are passionate enough about what we study that we've made it our career. To want to inhibit people's access to that because of their race or because of their economic situation is mind-bogglingly narrow-minded, and we have to fight that.
And it runs counter to usually like our passion as scientists, where we want to share this with everybody. So it is nuts that there are people like that, but I've encountered people like that as well, even in paleontology, believe it or not. So it's, yeah. So anywho, I really appreciate your perspective on this, Reiko, and I hope everybody in chat realizes how cool it is to be able to talk to an actual expert in the field about this. Like, this is your bread and butter. This is what you work on. This is what you publish on. We're tremendously lucky to have you here on Twitch in the first place. So, again, thank you for doing what you do, even if you are primarily a speedrunner. You know?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I'm not playing Shantae and the Pirate's Curse very fast on this platform, then who will? You know, I know my role to play in this.
Yeah. I've never heard of that game. I hope it's not a super
It's a fantastic game.
Okay, well, shoot,
Yeah.
shows what I know.
It's very, very niche though, but I will talk about games till the cows come home more than I'll talk about anything else. So I should maybe stop myself there.
No, you're all good. I appreciate the kind of inside baseball approach to this is I don't know anything about games, so I appreciate your expertise and your perspective on that
That's
as
weird,
well.
because I've seen you over on like iOS's channel, and you know, you were playing that you know, the Nazi punching game. What was it, Indiana Jones and the whatever?
And the big
you know,
circle, yeah.
Yeah. You know, an aspirational set of behaviors to live up to, just running around punching Nazis and putting things in musea. Like that's how it's got to be.
Your fist through some fascist faces. That's yeah,
exactly.
It's been too long since I've done that in real life, but who knows? Maybe Fieldwork this year will offer some opportunities.
We need to get you a fedora and a bullwhip.
Oh, I don't need that. I've got my own field care. Yeah, I've got my own look in the field. Yeah, but yeah, I continue on what we were talking about here with all of these cuts to science from the Trump administration. I'm a little bit leery that some people in the chat might look at this and go, well, you know, they're just trying to be fiscally responsible by cutting science because there's a lot of debt in this country. And I think we should talk about that a little bit, and how this isn't actually, they're being disingenuous about this. The point is not to balance the budget or something.
Mm-hmm.
The point is possibly something much more nefarious. You're the perfect person to talk to about this. Maybe let's talk about the dire state of science funding in this country before the Trump administration, and then what is their potential motivation for cutting science in particular, for singling out science here?
Yeah, you know, it is important to keep in mind that when people have a history of acting in bad faith, you can't just take them at their word. And
Right.
legitimately, no one in politics has a history of bad faith the way that Donald Trump specifically does. Not J.D. Vance, not Mitch McConnell. Like,
Yeah.
you know, these people have their histories and reputations as well. But Donald Trump has a history of being such a bad faith actor for so long that the idea that anybody trusts anything he says at face value is kind of worrisome. Like,
You're telling
you
on
know,
yourself if you do that. It's like
yeah,
hey, I'm
when people
really
yeah.
naive, you know? Yeah.
When people show you who they are, you should believe them. And when Donald Trump has done things like, um, you know, in the 1980s, he put out a full-page ad in the New York Times. He paid out of pocket for a full-page ad in the New York Times to call for the
Central Park Five.
execution of people who were found innocent in a court of law from a capital crime. He called for the execution of innocent people. He has defrauded and run into bankruptcy countless partners that he's worked with and businesses that he's tried to run. And he has always managed to sort of shift his way out of responsibility and position himself as the victim. He is in the plainest language, a charlatan and a grifter. So whenever he comes out and says, oh, we need to balance the budget, we need to do whatever, you can kind of just take it as a given that that's never going to be the reason, because that's never been anything he's ever actually cared to do. So there are these ulterior motives to what's going on. And then when you also look at the other clown car of participants in his administration and you look at their particular histories, you do see that they also have these ulterior motives and are using the language of fiscal responsibility as a smokescreen. Now, all of this is to say that the state of economics for scientific funding has actually been getting worse and worse over time for quite some time, sort of pre even Trump won.
We've been losing
There has
science
been this,
funding just consistently
yeah.
over the past few presidential administrations.
Mhm.
It's not kept up with
Yeah.
inflation. It's actually gone
Right.
down. It's nuts. This is before Trump, you know?
Yeah, yeah. These anti-intellectual and anti-scientific and anti-innovation forces do predate any particular administration. They've just sort of always been around. And so there's always been these business-oriented and political pressures to try to limit the public funding of science. Again, kind of going back to the thing I said earlier, because science, when done right, is liberatory. By being more inclusive and bringing more people in, education is one of the most effective vehicles of upward mobility in society. And so there are forces who want to gatekeep people out. And that's been a goal for a long time. And we're just sort of at a tipping point where there's a very, very friendly administration that wants to participate in that and sort of dial all of that up to 11. So things haven't been great for a while, but they've only been sort of like incrementally getting worse as administrations have gone on. Now we're at a tipping point where it's precipitously gotten worse. Where, you know, things like you said, funding hasn't kept up with inflation and things like that. You know, a research grant, you know, that 20 years ago could have funded 5 people's careers might only be able to fund the PI being able to buy out of their teaching obligations to focus on research for a semester or, you know, a year or something like that.
Right.
Wouldn't even be able to fund a graduate student in full. So these kinds of things have been there, and now these awards are just being terminated. And if you want to use the language of fiscal responsibility, maybe don't do something that has a proven track record of being one of the biggest boosters of the economy at all levels and all sectors.
Exactly.
Science and engineering has an ROI, a return on investment, that is like almost embarrassingly good.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah.
And all of the scientific fields as well, like, you know, things that have a more immediate practical application, like medicine, obviously, you know, make that connection. But even things that are a little bit more distal do have these economic upswings because they
paleontology.
fund sort of the entire economy.
Yep.
You know, traveling to sites to do research and gather samples and things like that, funding the manufacturers and distributors of the resources that we use, from microscopes and test tubes all the way up to tarps and you know, the gauze that you use for jacketing specimens in the field. All
Exactly.
of these
Yeah.
things are funded by scientific funding, and so to eliminate that is to basically knock over a set of dominoes across the entire economy. In a way that there is no substitute, you know.
Yeah.
However much,
absolutely.
however much, you know, money biologists are spending on microscopes is not something that those microscope manufacturers are going to be able to find anywhere else. There's only so many professions that use microscopes, and when you defund biology and chemistry and physics that use these things, there's no one else to buy them. So you're hurting all these manufacturers and you know, these industries as well.
And those
To
are
say
often some of
nothing
the some of the fewest things that are some of the few things that are actually produced domestically in this country too.
Mhm.
Like a lot of supplies for laboratories, things that scientists use, these are things that are produced right here in the US. And so if you eliminate the funding for that, then not only are you hurting the scientists, they're losing their jobs, they can no longer feed their families, but these domestic manufacturers, they no longer, you know, have anybody to buy their products. And I'm really afraid that some of these scientific supply companies are going to fold. And those are essential industries that we have here in the US. And lots of people are no longer going to be able to pay their bills because of that. Not just scientists, but people working in factories and in offices and everything else, you know?
Yeah, the whole supply chain is affected when there's no demand for things because people can't afford these resources. So
Exactly.
it's shipping companies, it's trucking companies, it's warehousing companies, it's also just, you know, like local distributors, because sometimes the things that we buy are just like at the local, you know, department store, grocery store, appliance store, whatever. Things like laptops and computers and cameras and so on. Everything is negatively affected by this. So the idea that there's any fiscal responsibility to this is simply a lie. It is obfuscation of these ulterior motives that these people have. And while someone like Donald Trump, I'm weirdly enough going to give the benefit of the doubt to, that he's only really interested in his personal ascent to power and fame, someone like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is worse. Because Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a member of the administration. For those who don't know, he's the current director of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Which is nuts.
And I'm
Talk
not
about
going
putting
to mince
a
words about
fox
this.
in charge of the hen house. It's insane, you know?
He's a eugenicist. Like, he is a practicing, you know, zealot for eugenics policies. He's not merely an anti-vaxxer, although the anti-vaccine movement writ large is kind of eugenicist. But he is a much more overt kind of old school eugenicist. His motives are nakedly more evil than they are selfish, like Donald Trump's are more selfish than they are cruel. Now, that said, Donald Trump is absolutely okay with cruelty if it gets him power, and he may himself be very copacetic with eugenicist ideologies,
But
thinking
that's not
that
his
he
prime
has
directive necessarily.
his
that's a side
prime
effect.
directive is exactly.
Yeah.
But someone like RFK Jr. is perhaps one of the most dangerous men in the world right now, because you know, there's a saying outside of the United States that when the U.S. coughs, the world gets sick.
Yep.
Our country's health affects the health of the entire world. And that is kind of true in a literal sense, in that we are a high tourist destination and the third most populous country in the world. And our people like to go travel to other countries for tourist reasons and work reasons and so on too. So when we are unhealthy in that sense, we spread that to the world. But we are also a source of funding for medical aid and medical interventions around the world, and medical research that is happening around the world. And so when we are not funding science and medicine here, we're also taking it away from the world. And people in other countries and other cultures are already dying as a result of having this scientific and medical research funding withdrawn.
There's a lot of documented cases of this already. People who have died from malaria, people who have died from HIV, people who have died from a myriad of other diseases. like people in chat, you can look this up right now. You can post some links in the chat if you want to. This is not a hypothetical. This is people are losing their lives right now because of this. Just over the past 100 days, since the cutting of USAID, it's deeply disturbing. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I get hot about this sort of thing, you know. Yeah.
No, yeah, it is important to remember that the things that, earlier I said, like, we're not really being alarmist. These bad things are already happening. They've already been documented, and it is important to keep reiterating that. So you didn't interrupt. Like, that was a very pointedly important thing to call attention to. People are already dying as a result of the anti-science and pseudoscience of people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Right.
I was talking about it before we started the collab to my community that in this measles outbreak that is now, I want to say it's over 15 states. I could be wrong. It could
I think
be
it's 30
even more,
now.
but
I think
over
as of
30?
yesterday, it's 30 states. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So a lot of states, possibly even the majority of the country. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has advocated vitamin A as a treatment for measles. And the problem is, vitamin A is something that you can kind of overdose on. And there are children who are showing up to hospitals not just with measles, but with vitamin A toxicity.
In
And
Texas,
so their
yeah.
already bad situation has been made even worse because, unfortunately, their parents had been duped by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. into these sham treatments. And I do want to say, I don't have kids, so I can't even imagine what it's like in any meaningful sense. But I do understand that one of the things most parents just around the world do more than anything else is care and worry about their children and will do and try anything to protect them.
Yep.
That actually puts them in a vulnerable position for being grifted by people like RFK Jr. And we are seeing the results of this. These parents are just as much victims of these propagandists as the children are, because they're in an unenviable position of, how do I take care of my children? How do I protect them? How do I keep them safe? And society is kind of failing all of them by having someone like RFK in the position that he does. And while there are members, there are members of the anti-vaccine movement who themselves are getting harmed by this, and there's a kind of like just desserts, like you brought it on yourself kind of thing. These people are victims too, and we should care about everyone. And I just
Especially
I feel
children.
bad for all of these kids, and I feel bad for all these parents, especially since we live in a country that doesn't subsidize healthcare. So these parents may end up not only having to either bury their kids if they die from something like this, or have to permanently take care of them because of disablements that come about because of measles or anything else. They don't live in a country that is willing to provide any support for them to do so. So they have been put in an even worse position, an even more marginalized and outlier position in a negative way because of this. And all of us do need to protect all of us, including those who we may have ideological disagreements with, because nobody deserves to have measles. Jesus, I cannot think of a worse kind of disease than a disease that eliminates your immune system's memory of other diseases, which is something that measles does.
You can get every cold, every flu, everything you've ever gotten over in the past. It's wiping the memory card clean. You can get anything that you've had in the past after you get measles because of that lack of immune memory there. It just wipes it out. And that's terrifying to think about.
And that's cycling back to the people using this pretense of fiscal responsibility. For someone like RFK, we need to not let him control the narrative and say that without challenge, without pointing out that it's not fiscally responsible to bury children. That's actually kind of prior to him being the head of Health and Human Services several years ago. He was going on an anti-vaccine campaign in
American Samoa.
Goodness. Yeah, in Samoa. And the consequences of how effective his anti-vaccine campaign was that they ran out of coffins for babies because so many of them died, for children. Like Samoa had to import coffins for children because so many of those kids were dying. And even if you want to be as nakedly sterile in a purely economic sense about the whole thing, although it's monstrous to do so, but even if you wanted to do that, that's not good for the economy. That's not good. That's not sound economic fiscal responsibility. So how dare they allow how dare they presume to use that as their cloak for what they're trying to do, whether that is stealing more resources for themselves or enacting eugenicist policies. How dare they try to be so insulting with such a lame excuse like fiscal responsibility that is so easily disproven? We should not let them have that.
Yeah.
And we should be. It is possible to be civil while being confrontational about it, but it is also the case that this is an instance where civility is maybe a little overrated. Children are dying as a result of this, so I don't know. Be mean to these people. Like I'm very much with Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who said in an interview the other day that we should not let these Republicans know a moment of peace. We should be haranguing them. We should be confronting them. We should be, in public spaces. And I do want to stress, not in a violent way. I'm going to lay that out. You can pester somebody at Sephora the way Nancy Mace was pestered. Like you can do that without being physical because you do not want the weight of the US government law enforcement coming down on you for physically threatening or assaulting any member of the body politic. Don't do that.
These people will use those forces to lock you away forever if they can. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
exactly. You can make it so that they can't have dinner in peace by, going up to them. Hey, why are you supporting RFK? Canceling funding for cancer research, or why do you support Elon Musk sending 7-year-olds with cancer to El Salvador or Honduras or things like that? You can do that, and we should do that. Let them know how you feel, because all of these things do interconnect with things like the scientific community, the health of the education system, and the positives that come about through those things, like the upward mobility that we know education provides to all of us. We can fight back in that way to protect the scientific community and our society that we should value, we should care about, and we should fight for.
Well said. That kind of brings us to another topic that I wanted to discuss here. We as scientists working in or adjacent to academia, I feel like scientists are in some ways kind of uniquely poorly positioned to be able to fight back against this kind of thing, because we have these ideas of decorum and politeness and almost sometimes kind of an obsequiousness to authority bred into us. Is this something that that we as scientists can get past, or is this something that's just kind of inherent to academia? What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, we certainly do have examples in the past of scientists or members of scientific and engineering and philosophical communities modeling better behavior to stand up for science and things like that.
Growing some teeth, so to speak.
Coming out in defense of these things, and in kind of unexpected ways too. Like a really good example is Carl Sagan. He was a man who was, as a scientist, while he was being criticized within the scientific community for not producing as much science because of all of his scientific outreach, that was a guy who was doing so much on behalf of the scientific community to protect it.
Well, and not only that, but he also, you look at his publication record, he was also publishing left and right too. His publication record is more stellar than some of his critics at the time. So just wanted to jump in with that too. Like it's awful hypocritical for some of them to.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely true too. So we do have examples like that of people who do it, because like someone who does science communication as part of or even exclusively their career recognizes that inspiring people to be into science, to get into science, to want to pursue science is a really good way to protect science too. By getting more people into it, we protect the whole thing. But you do correctly point out that there is a kind of institutional dismissal of the importance of engaging in things outside of our areas of research. And there are many highly respected scientists, both in the past and today, who really do lean a little bit too hard on this myth of science as dispassionate, value neutral, politically neutral pursuit of knowledge for its own sake. And that's just not true. Science has never been value neutral, often to our detriment when we haven't done things like value the welfare of patients. And we've, prior to the institutionalization of things like informed consent, we had a value of prioritizing research over the care of patients. Now we have a value of prioritizing respect for persons and participant autonomy. And that has led to increases in our epistemic knowledge. So we've always had values. It's just some of them have become so invisible to us that we don't think of them as values. And we should never forget that. So when scientists, and I know plenty of them who kind of look down on science communication, because any minute you're spent talking to the public is a minute that you're not spending collecting data or analyzing data. And while they are right that time is a zero-sum game, all of that time is spent in service of science. And bringing more people into science is good for science just as much as publishing your next paper is. But publishing your next paper will help you in your career a little bit more than inspiring a child to want to pursue science 10 years from now when they enter college. And so as far as the incentive structure of progressing through science as a career, the incentive structure is publish the paper, don't inspire the kids. And that's kind of a problem. But there are enough of us that are demonstrating, modeling this sort of falsity, this myth of science is value neutral and the importance of science outreach, thanks to things like the internet and YouTube and podcasts and Twitch and things like that, showing that, like, I mean, honestly, the stuff that I do on science communication, on my channel is the kind of stuff that I would just sort of do in my own head as I'm reading through the papers that I'm reading. I'm just sort of doing think aloud things, and people are engaging with it. And other fantastic science communication streamers on Twitch, Science Streams, Lita and Belinda, Volcano Doc, Draw Curiosity. When they're doing this stuff, I see the same thing in them as well, and you as well. Like, you're reading through these papers, you're reading through these news articles, and you're doing the kind of think aloud thing that you'd basically be doing if you weren't on Twitch. You're now just inviting more people into it. So thanks to these platforms and this form of scientific outreach, more scientists are recognizing the value in doing this, because they'd kind of be doing a lot of the same thing anyways. They just wouldn't have a microphone and a headset and OBS. And those are easy hurdles to get over.
Yeah. I really like how you put that. And I don't know, sometimes it even helps with keeping up with the literature and stuff like that. Like, I would not have read all of the papers that I've read over the past 5 years if I weren't reading some of them live on Twitch, doing these streams. Like, I would not have kept up with the literature, with new papers being published as much, if I didn't feel like I had an obligation to my audience to kind of walk through these things and everything. So at least in my case, it's helped me with that. That is a net benefit. I've helped hopefully teach some other people about this, and I've learned about it myself along the way. We're getting two birds stoned at once, and I think that's... when I talk to my colleagues about this, like, how in the world do you find the time to do science and also go live 4 days a week, 5 hours at a time, talking to people about science? I'm able to kind of sneak a lot of science, a lot of my regular work into the streams in the first place. And I'm looking forward to doing more of that in the next couple of years too, like working on papers live on stream and that kind of thing. I like to think that what we're doing here on Twitch could maybe be a model for other researchers in our fields and in other fields too. You can do science and do outreach simultaneously. These don't have to be two separate pursuits. It doesn't have to be a zero-sum game where every minute you're not working on a paper, you're doing science outreach. You could do them at the same time, potentially.
Very
true. And people enjoy
one
that.
Of the things that one of the things that it came out that in what you were saying of, like, this being a motivator for you to read papers, it reminds me of something that you and Belinda did. and I can't wait for you to start doing it again, where you'd have your crossover streams where like he recommends a bio paper and you recommend a paleo paper and you go over. That's just journal club.
Yeah,
And
it is.
Coupled with what you just said there,
yeah.
one of the benefits of journal club, and I'll explain what that is in a minute, is that it actually gets everybody part of journal club to read the papers that they like. It gives them the external motivation to do the thing that they know they should be doing but wouldn't do if they were left to their own devices.
Can you explain what journal club is to anybody who's not familiar with this concept?
Yeah, so journal club is a thing that happens in college and grad school and things like that, where members of it. I'll just limit it to a department. The graduate students in a department or the faculty in the department get together. They set aside a time, in a week, an hour on Friday afternoon, so that afterwards we can all go to the bar or something, kind of thing. And we decide like, oh, let's read this paper for that, and then somebody will lead a discussion on it, but it'll be a discussion, so they'll give a little presentation on it, but then they'll ask questions and we'll ask questions and we'll talk our way through the paper.
It can be really informal.
It's super informal. I use the example of like Friday afternoon so we can go to the bar, because that was something that is part of my educational history, is the faculty and the grad students in the department I was at, Friday nights we have our journal club pro sem kind of thing, and then we're headed to the local Irish pub, and we're going to continue the conversation because it is something that we care about, but we're also going to intermix it with conversation about music and movies and things like that, because we're human.
Exactly.
It is super informal, but
we had the same thing at Montana State where I went. We called it Dead Lizard Society. This is our paleontology club on campus, but it was essentially a journal club where we would select 2 or 3 papers once a month. We'd meet together on a Friday at somebody's house. We'd have pizza and beer. It was a potluck dinner. We'd all get together and hang out, and it might go from 7 p.m. until 2 a.m. or something. But it's a chance for camaraderie and getting together, talking about science, building relationships, and keeping up with the literature, talking about new controversies in the field, like bouncing ideas off one another. Like, there were big scientific collaborations that would come out of this. And it's really cool that we can kind of reproduce that here on Twitch to a certain extent and have an audience for it too. It's really neat.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the informal nature of it is very important, because there is something freeing about not having the obligation to like do an assignment. Like if all you got to do is read, and you're going to be reading 6,000 papers over the course of your college career, graduate career anyways, what's one more? Or why not make one of them this? If that's all you got to do, you're going to be doing that kind of anyways. And then it is just conversation. And that is kind of cognitively liberating for freeform association, for novel connections that you hadn't noticed before, for wild speculation that you wouldn't make if your grade depended on it, because you're not going to risk that, like these kinds of things. And surprising things come out of that. Several of the projects that I have published over the course of my career came out of very informal conversations in a bar with, a philosophy faculty member or other graduate students or anything like that, because ideas don't come from a particular time and place and context. They come from everywhere. So we want to expose ourselves to as many of these things as possible. And Twitch could just be another ecosystem where we as scientists expose ourselves to things that we wouldn't otherwise expose ourselves to if we were left to our own devices. So reading the papers that we choose to read for our SciComm streams, or reading the news articles that we choose to read, that is, yes, absolutely a immediate benefit to us, because we read something we wouldn't have otherwise read, learned a thing we wouldn't have otherwise learned. But that has unpredictable long-term consequences for our careers, our projects, our research, our collaborators, and so on and so forth. And it is just such a net positive. So circling back a little bit to your earlier question about like, is the scientific community in a kind of uniquely disadvantaged position on this? I kind of agree that kind of we are, but we are moving out of that, in part thanks to the number of young and early career researchers and graduate students who are jumping on these opportunities to do science outreach and science communication on podcasts and YouTube video essays and live streams on places like Twitch and YouTube, demonstrating to the broader scientific community oh, there's actually something here that is of benefit. And hey, if appealing to somebody's selfish ego to advance their career is a way to get them to do this, we'll get them to, and that's fine, because that's more of us doing this kind of stuff that has these collective benefits for all of us.
Right.
So
Well
yeah, I
said.
think we're moving in a positive direction, but we're still, you know, there's still the traditionalism of these academic professions that is very hard to nudge people out of.
Sure.
At
Hard to break away
times.
from, for sure.
Mhm.
Kind of continuing on that same theme, I guess. In talking about us as scientists trying to combat these attacks on science, there's this concept that I remember hearing from a psychologist a while ago about when human beings are put in stressful situations, there's several responses: fight or flight or freeze. People often forget about the freeze one. With you, with your background in cognitive science, is this still an idea that's held to be largely true for human cognition and behavior? And do we see that among scientists right now, these responses to these attacks on science? Yeah, let's talk about that, and then I can elaborate on the fight or flight or freeze for scientists too.
Yeah. So, in a broad sense, yes, fight, flight. Weirdly enough, freeze has historically been lumped in with flight, because flight was just sort of the catch-all term for avoidance-oriented behavior, and freezing is a way to not engage actively with it. It is a kind of avoidance reaction. But other people do separate freeze into its own thing, because
That's good to know.
running away from a thing is very different from standing still
and hoping you don't get noticed. Yeah, I'm glad I asked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a lot of literature on these kinds of things, behaviorally and cognitively, and
oh, and we
also
have
welcome in.
Did we get a raid? Excellent.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Welcome in Jay Marianne and Raiders. I hope
Holy
you're doing
cow.
well. Hope your stream was good.
Jay Marianne and Raiders. You might not. Are you aware of Jay Marianne there, Reiko? You are. Okay, good. Yeah, right up your alley. I hope.
She's
Raiders.
fantastic. She's fantastic. Yeah, I've been lurking in her streams a lot for a while.
Excellent. Good. Welcome, everybody. We're having a discussion about the current state of science here in this country, and we're just kind of commiserating a little bit, and in a little bit we'll talk about what we can do about it too. So stick around.
Yeah. Well, welcome in everybody from Jay Marian's stream. You have joined a conversation with cognitive scientist Rhacodactylus and dinosaur paleontologist Paleontologizing. I guess legally our names are Amelia Lobato and Danny Anduza, but whatever. This is the internet.
Those are our government names. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the man calls me.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, we're having a conversation about the relationship between science and society, and some of the recent governmental attacks on science and efforts to undermine science, both sort of externally and from within. So we are just having a kind of free-form conversation. Admittedly, we haven't been as attentive to chat as we ordinarily otherwise would be, but you know. It does look like the conversations have been very fruitful amongst the viewers and listeners who are here, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
But,
speaking of which, actually, we had a comment there. Whether fawn should be another one of them. Avocado Abogado says, "Isn't fawn also one of them? Fight, flight, freeze, or fawn." This might be. There are a number of scientific organizations that I do feel have almost taken up the fawn response. Can you explain what that means? And run with that.
Historically, in psychology and neuroscience, there's this really terrible joke when trying to explain certain neurological functions associated with a part of the brain called the hypothalamus. And this has been abbreviated the 4 Fs: feeding, fighting, fleeing, and mating.
Yeah.
That's the joke, because which is weird, because there already is a tame civil F word, fornication. But you know, scientists are not exactly the cleverest when it comes to making jokes. That's their attempt at a joke, and I'll give my colleagues over in neuroscience, you know, that kind of thing. So there kind of has been that kind of history of trying to teach this as content or as function of, you know, some of the reactions in the brain, that we have these sort of basal primal
Almost instinctual.
drives.
Yeah.
Yeah, these motivational drives that are kind of phylogenetically ancient. They're not just in humans. They are kind of across the spectrum, and they are oriented around survival, not just at the individual level, but at the species level. So feeding is, you need to consume nutrients to live, but also engaging with threat or reacting to threats. So what threats can you conquer? So fight. What threats do you need to avoid? So flight. But also these instinctive drives or these more primal drives towards acts of reproduction, whether that is through asexual reproduction or sexual reproduction across the sort of ecosystem. It sort of depends on the species, but we have these drives, and that's been a kind of a long-standing topic in these various fields. I called out neuroscience and psychology because it is across phylogenetic history. It's also biology and ecology and so on.
Yeah.
So we do have this, and there has been this kind of renaming or reconfiguration or just reassessment of them. So we do get things like fight, flight, freeze as distinctions, and the fawn reflex could be another kind of approach-oriented motivation, but in a more affiliative sense than, say, fight is, which is more confrontational and oppositional.
Sure.
So that's kind of what the fawn is there. It's supposed to be a slightly more modern take on the mating 4F.
Gotcha.
Because it is more general than just approach for reproduction. Coalitionally forming allegiances between other members of your troop or your pride.
If you can't beat them,
in order
join
to
them
help.
Almost. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that we know how to coordinate as a troop to take down, this rival troop, or to take down the prey that we're trying to take down. So fawn can be a little bit more just generalized affiliative, though part of that does include the kind of reproductive gestures towards reproductive affiliation between members of sexually reproductive species.
Sure.
So you can think of it like that. So yeah, fawn can be included in there as well. But yeah, admittedly I'm also 40 years old. I got trained in the 4Fs being what I got trained in, and I will never forgive all the psychologists that I heard that joke from, because it's the same joke every time.
It's got to get old. Yeah.
It does get. Yeah, but yeah, no, it's weird.
Running with that, I was wondering if we could use that as sort of a framework for understanding the responses of different scientists and scientific organizations to these current threats on science from the Trump administration. Like, we've got different people fighting, we've got different people fleeing. There's a lot of scientists who are thinking about leaving the country. Many other countries are trying to entice U.S. scientists to leave. And then you've got freezing, people just going, I'm not even going to think about it, just hunker down and keep working. And then you've got people going, trying to cozy up to the current administration. So
yeah, that's not a bad framework for categorizing the various kinds of responses. People are not homogenous in any way, shape, or form. Even the scientific community, even when it's been gatekept to only allow, middle-aged bearded white guys, like, it's not really that homogenous. People do vary dispositionally and personality-wise when it does come to these things. There have been responses that are confrontational and oppositional, calling attention to these attacks on science. There also have been, like you said, fleeing in kind of various capacities. Fleeing to other countries that may be a little bit more receptive to them. Though I do want to maybe hang pin that the fleeing component is not open to everyone equally, because all of these sort of same discriminatory pressures are still there. So it's more available to people who are like senior members of their field. And we still live in a time when the senior members of every field are disproportionately cisgendered, heterosexual, able-bodied white guys. So as far as fleeing the country to go work in Canada or France or the Netherlands or whatever, that is not something that is available kind of equally across the board to scientists who are trying to get away from the attacks on science from within the United States. But you do still see people doing that, and I'm not going to lie, I'm very open to leaving the country as a result of this. So if, a university in Denmark or Poland wants to get a researcher who studies this stuff, like, I'm your guy.
You heard that, Danes and Poles. You listening?
Yeah,
Hire Rico here.
exactly. My colleagues over in England and Slovakia, if you need a postdoc, just let me know that you got a position open. I'm not opposed to that because there is value in fleeing from a survival standpoint.
Sure.
But there's also important reasons to stay and fight. And then we also do have, like you said, the kind of freezing response, which unfortunately I think has been the most common response to this historically, not just in the United States, but across the world. This idea of like, well, as long as I keep my head down and I don't make waves, I won't be targeted and I'll be able to weather the storm. And we just kind of know that that's not really the case. That is a kind of naively hopeful way to approach all of this. But scientists are people, and some of them are going to do that.
Yep.
And then there is also the sort of approach-oriented behaviors, this sort of fawning and affiliative stuff from a lot of the same kind of characters that across our disciplines we kind of always knew were disastrous for us. The
collaborators, the people who would much sooner team up with the oppressors than fight them.
I have surprised many members of my community by bringing this factoid up many times, but at least in psychology, there are still phrenologists. There's not many, but there are still practicing tenured professors of psychology alive today at universities in the United States who have published research trying to correlate various skull metrics to characteristics like personality, temperament, intelligence, and so on.
That's bonkers. That would be like in astronomy, you've got people who are like, there's still some astrologists in our field,
Yeah.
Like, I find that hard to fathom. That's nuts.
And these characters are very much cozying up to these current attacks on science because, well, phrenology itself is kind of an attack on science. It kind of always has been. And if there are still modern day phrenologists, at universities across the land, and I've shown off papers by these phrenologists before, so it's not like there's any sort of disambiguate, like there's no ambiguity there. It's not me just calling names. It's like, no, here's a paper from 2013 where this person is saying like jaw shape and intelligence correlations. Like it's and not even just at that level. It's always sort of couched in a like, well, but here's the sort of average skull shape of the white man and the African and so it's like it's always couched in the race science nonsense.
Right. This is stuff that seems like it's straight out of the 1860s, and it's still going on in the 2010s. Bonkers.
Yeah. Pseudoscience never changes. It'll adopt new superficial features in the same way that creationism became intelligent design, but it is fundamentally the exact same argument from the days of Charles Lyell and so on. And so on. Not that Lyell was rejecting things necessarily, but creationists of that day who were in denial of advances in biology. Like pseudoscience never changes. So once we have a pseudoscience that attains any degree of foothold, it just sort of sticks around and waxes and wanes over time. So creationism has waxed and waned over time. Phrenology, as part of race science, has been waxing and waning over time. So we do have that. So there are members of the scientific community who are bad scientists, both empirically but also morally, who are cozying up to the administration because they want to use the prestige of science and the authority of science to justify and naturalize their desired social hierarchy of choice. So you do have the kinds of people I mentioned, though not by name, though I have no problem naming them and have done so before on chat, on stream.
Go follow Ricodactylus to hear those names and get the receipts.
And see their papers and this one I am going to name, although he's not a phrenologist.
Okay.
That I'm aware of, but he's an evolutionary psychologist by the name of Satoshi Kanazawa.
Oh, yeah.
And back in 2010, he published a paper trying to show that there's a relationship between the climate that people live in and their intelligence. And as part of the calculations that he did, he and he says this in his paper, he was calculating distance from, like, the birthplace of humanity and things like that. He
Sure.
used it by he was calculating distance using Pythagorean theorem to calculate distance. Like, well, if it's this distance, lengthwise, and this distance, what's the hypotenuse and all that other stuff.
Uh-huh.
But the problem is, the Pythagorean theorem really only works on triangles, and
Right.
triangles are a two-dimensional abstraction. They're not a three-dimensional real object.
Yep. So he's
his
almost
paper
assuming
was-
like a flat Earth kind of scenario. Yeah.
his paper necessitated a flat Earth in order to come to the conclusion that people who lived in colder climates, which was to say Europeans and people of Asia, were more intelligent than people who grew up in tropical regions and warmer regions like, North Africa. That was the conclusion of his paper, was that by virtue of living in a colder environment, there are more ecological challenges to survival there, so they were going to naturally be more intelligent. And, oh, look, we're doing this correlation between intelligence and climate by calculating distances using Pythagorean theorem. So his work required a flat Earth. And this was published in a scientific paper. It still hasn't been retracted.
That's nuts.
Like, and so, like, we do have, and I will call him out by name because Kanazawa just has the most ludicrous ideas, and there is no idea dumb enough that he won't think might actually be real, as long as you can turn it into white and Asian is better than Hispanic and black. He just is one of those guys. So you do have these people in the scientific community who are really in love with Mussolini's Italy or Franco's Spain or Lysenkoism in the Soviet Union or the Trump administration in the United States, because they can use that to advance their pseudoscientific cause from within our community, which is leveraging the technical expertise of being a scientist. So people who are not scientists in that field can't technically critique their work.
Sure.
But also leveraging the sort of societal prestige that we give to scientists, where we do kind of have a very positive sense of how trustworthy they are. And con artists love to leverage that stuff.
Yep.
And, we got to fight them from within the community too. And
it's like the whole white lab coat effect, where, like, if you want to look credible in a in a commercial or in a film or whatever, you don a white laboratory coat. People go, oh, this person must know what he's talking about because he's wearing a lab coat,
And in fact, I leverage that on stream. I didn't start streaming with a camera until I started doing science communication, because I do know from how people have done research on live streaming, there is a greater sense of connection and parasociality among people who stream with a camera. It enhances the actual human connection.
Certainly. Yeah.
And I don't lie about that. The only reason I have a camera is so that you are more likely to trust me. That's it. I'm not going to lie about that, because that's it. I've streamed for 5 years without a camera. I don't need a camera. But because I'm now talking about things that I want people to skeptically examine and scrutinize and take seriously the way I do, I need to increase my perceived trustworthiness. And this is a way. Now, granted, I would like maybe I should have like a better kept beard and maybe not dress in Kirby shirts in order to enhance my trustworthiness a little bit more, but like baby steps for me. But like, like we all kind of leverage these mechanisms of indirect persuasion because they can be used for good. They can be used for increasing, affiliation in a trustworthy, like a justifiably trustworthy way. And all of these other people, who are contributors to Lawrence Krauss's book, are leveraging it in a kind of malevolent way.
Right.
Sorry, had to sneak that one in there because
we might get to that if we have time. Because
but like, you do have members of you do have members of the scientific community who are doing this nefariously.
Right. Yeah, and I think about that all the time too. I mean, I think a huge part of science outreach is being able to connect with people. If people don't trust you, they're not going to listen to what you have to say. And I feel like that's a huge advantage that we as people who do science outreach live streams have, is that, we stream on a consistent schedule. People can come in and talk to us and ask questions and get answers live. And you build a relationship, that kind of parasocial thing with an audience over time. And I think that can be a a tremendous benefit to science outreach. That's why I want more scientists to be on Twitch. That's why I want more people doing science outreach on live stream platforms. There's this old saying, I may have even said it on our last collaboration. It's hokey, it's corny, but it's like nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. You know, you got to have that human connection there before somebody's willing to actually take what you have to say seriously. And it's a lot easier if you have a camera and if you're presentable and if people can relate to you, you know? Yeah.
There's a model of trust in the sort of managerial sciences and psychological sciences. I can't remember who came up with it. I want to say like Maynor or something like that. But it's a tripartite conceptualization of trust where you can increase the trustworthiness that people have in you by leveraging three different dimensions. One is competence. People trust experts more than they trust novices. Would you want a mechanic of 50 years working on your car or a mechanic who just started today? Like expertise kind of matters. Competence matters. So demonstrated competence. The other two have to do with benevolence. Do people perceive you as having their best interests at heart?
Right.
So a good way to get people to trust you is to convince them that you have their best interests at heart.
Sure.
And the last factor is integrity, which in this framework is defined as being able to have a sense of shared values with people in relation to what is being trusted about. I've used measures of trustworthiness in this framework in some research in the past, and there are other models of trust out there. One thing that doesn't go appreciated enough in this tripartite model of trustworthiness is vulnerability. When you trust someone, you are making yourself vulnerable to them, and that kind of matters. So you like maybe that gets embedded in benevolence. If you have my best interest at heart, it's safer for me to be vulnerable with you, kind of thing. You know. Who are you going to trust to pick you up from the airport? Somebody who absolutely has your best interest at heart, or somebody who thinks it would be funny if you were stranded for a couple hours? Like you can think about it in that kind of terms. So, scientists are perceived as having a high amount of expertise. Engineers, philosophers, historians, mathematicians. We are perceived as competent beyond measure because, in large part, we are. At least within our field. But as far as that benevolence and integrity thing, that's where the scientific community has kind of failed, in large part because we've been isolated in our ivory towers, because of the incentive structure of our profession, prioritizing publication over science outreach and education. And, also partly because there have been active anti-scientific forces working to mischaracterize the scientific community as only in it for themselves. Those climatologists just want all that, lucrative grant funding for themselves. They don't actually care about the sustainability of the environment.
Right.
Those pharmaceutical company, those medical researchers who work for pharmaceutical companies, they only care about their paycheck. Then they're going to inject your kids with poison. And while we can, talk about the trustworthiness of a private corporation that also has its own history, that's a different conversation than the trustworthiness of the worldwide community of immunologists who study vaccines. Like
exactly.
Pfizer as an entity is trustworthy or not trustworthy independently of whether every pediatrician is trustworthy or untrustworthy. And those have to be we have to do better about controlling the narrative about who really is trustworthy, who's the target of the untrustworthiness. Because Pfizer, Monsanto, Google X, like all of these private industries are going to be doing their own thing, and scientists work for them, but they're not the only members of the scientific community. So try not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And the scientific community is unfortunately leaning a little too hard on trying to leverage competence without as much leverage on benevolence and integrity. Now, one of the positive responses to all of these cuts that is going on in the administration is now all of a sudden you have a lot of medical researchers, for example, who they got a lot of extra time on their hands. So they are coming out and talking about how they care about your health. They care about your kids' health. They care about your pets' health. They care about your neighborhood's health, your garden's health, the plants and animals and people that are part of your life. And they're responding by showing just how much, in the medical community and veterinary community, they are actually motivated by care and compassion for you.
Right.
It's, we'll see how effective it is, but that's a very important thing that they're doing. And we got to do what we can to get the rest of our colleagues to be out there showing the same kind of care and compassion, because while there are some scientists that each of us can think of that are kind of selfish and careerist in their own way, most of our colleagues actually just care.
Yeah.
They just are compassionate and empathetic and care and want to share that. We just unfortunately do tend to work in an incentive structure that prioritizes not being out in community and instead being in the lab or out in the field to advance our own career.
Right.
So we have this competing set of demands and motivations, and we maybe need to restructure that. Maybe this is a potential opportunity for us to restructure the scientific community to balance our competence with our benevolence and our shared sense of integrity with the broader community. And
I really like that. Yeah.
Maybe we need it.
And kind of running along with that same theme here, it brings me into the idea of what can you and I do personally? Me, Danny, you, Amelia, what can we do as people who do science outreach online to help further these goals? How can we do our own small part to increase public trust in science and communicate these ideas to the wider community?
Yeah, that's such a good question. There's a lot of things we can do. One is just continuing to do it by being a resource that people can connect with, being a stream that people can engage with or have on in the background, being in that sense. That is, a nice thing to do. Other things that we can do is draw attention to things that people can do actionably to advocate for science, like you have been doing with the site in St. George. And all of the positive attention that has gone into that effort to protect those that dig site and those specimens that are collected there, that has led to an incredible outcome, because they're moving that substation, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's being moved. This fossil site has been saved. Yeah,
and while we cannot say with any degree of certainty that any one factor made that happen, all of the factors that contributed to drawing attention to the importance of saving that fossil site in St. George in Utah is important, and that kind of stuff can be important to do. But we can also advocate in actionable ways in other capacities as well. Last week, and again just before we started collaborating, I drew my stream's attention to this proposed rule change for the Endangered Species Act that would remove the definition of harm to include habitat modification. That the Republican administration is trying to alter the Endangered Species Act to take away from the definition of harm environmental modification, which could include pollution, industrialization, deforestation, mining, drilling, and so on.
Right.
Actually, Jay Marianne, who rated in earlier, had also drawn attention to this as well, and the other streamer, Maya, or rather another streamer, because there's more than us four. One other streamer, Maya, huge streamer on the platform, has drawn attention to this as well.
I saw
and I've shown off the proposed rule change website that allows for and invites public commentary. Public comment either in support of or in opposition to this. I've shared that link. I'll actually go ahead and share that in chat as well.
Nice.
This is a link to regulations.gov, because when there are these kinds of proposed rule change to an act or a regulation, there is a mandatory period of public comment where everybody from the public is allowed to comment on it. And your comments do matter. There are human beings who are paid to actually read these things. It is their job to read through the comments, to do things like tally the number of people who support or the number of people who oppose a particular rule change. So, these kinds of things are small, but they add up when all of us contribute to doing them. When
Right.
we send a clear and unambiguous message that, like, don't mess with the Endangered Species Act just so that you can drill and deforest for the sake of profit. Like, don't do that. Like, that's just wrong and dumb. Like, when we all collectively say that, that helps, that matters. Another thing that I've called attention to is in the state of Minnesota, there are a collection of state legislators, Republican state legislators, that have proposed a bill that would classify mRNA vaccines as a bioweapon.
Right.
So as a weapon of mass destruction. So if you are in the state of Minnesota, contact your elected representatives and voice your displeasure with this.
Yes.
And if they're not one of your representatives, tell your elected representatives that they need to do everything in their power to oppose these chuckleheads who are doing this, because vaccines are not bioweapons. How dare they even have the cojones to
bonkers.
propose that kind of thing?
Just insane. Don't get me started.
Yeah, it is Minnesota HF 3291. And I'll throw a link to that in chat so that you can, those of you in chat can talk about it with people in Minnesota, or if you live in Minnesota, you can point your elected representatives to this to say, like, no, I don't want this. You work for me, elected representative, oppose this, and shame all of the people who authored this bill.
Right.
Because we do need to bring back a degree of shame for this level of weaponized incompetence. I would argue other people want to go more civil. I'm a big proponent of shame.
I agree.
Calling attention to these kind of actionable things that people can respond to matters, and that's something you've been doing. That's something Muhoodles has been doing, another fantastic science communication streamer, in trying to advocate for preservation of funding for NASA and space science and so on. That's something all of these other science communication streamers have been doing. Here on Twitch, on YouTube, on so on, calling attention to these things and inviting our communities to act where we can. That's another thing that we can do is call attention to it. These smaller scale, more discrete, actionable things empower us to protect and advocate for science, when if all we did was look at the big picture of, like, how threatening this is for everything, that can be demoralizing. Giving ourselves and our communities a target of action to orient around is empowering, and it is effective. So those are things that we can continue to do, is to point out the specific things that they do, because it may just be a fossil site rather than the entire funding for paleontology, but that is a fossil site that is more protected today than it was 2 weeks ago, and that's a win.
Yep. Something to be celebrated. Absolutely.
We got to take those.
Yeah. Excellent answer. And that this will be new information for some people. For other people, it will be kind of a reinforcement of stuff they've already been thinking about or things that they've been hearing. Kind of stretching that out further from what you and I can do to other members of the community. We've been talking about this a little bit. Petitions, making your voice heard, contacting your representatives. There have been a number of public demonstrations in favor of science, against cutting science funding. These are cropping up more and more, and I hope we will continue to see more of these. I was hoping to stream from a couple of these recently, and it just didn't work out. Timing and, connectivity and stuff like that. But anything else that you can think of for how people who are watching right now can help contribute, can help make their voices heard, can do something to help feel a little bit less powerless in our current time, Like, because we all feel like pulling our hair out right now. What's something productive that we can do?
How dare you? I've already done that.
Maybe, I didn't specify head hair or beard hair. If we want to help, keep from pulling our beard hair out, or other kinds of hair too.
Sorry, inveterate class clown. Your question is very important. Is what can we do? What can all of us do, whether we're a member of the scientific community or not? something important to keep in mind is, the people who are watching our streams, and not even just our streams, people who are reading the news or whatever, like, they're a little bit more connected than the average person is to these type topics and these news stories. We should encourage more people to initiate conversations in their social circles about these things. Hey, did you hear that the Minnesota Republicans want to classify vaccines as bioweapons? I saw in chat some people responding with disbelief, but I shared the link. You can verify that for yourself, chat. Use that, don't assume that people in your life already know about these things and feel the same way about it that you do, because they may not, because they don't know. So have these conversations about environmental sustainability and protecting air purity and water purity, and inspections for poultry meat for those of us who eat poultry meat, because salmonella is not worth getting. Talk to the people in your life about climate change research and vaccine research and cancer research that is being defunded, because the more people hear these things that are happening, the more people will believe that they're happening.
Right.
Going back to the beginning of our collaboration today, the things that are happening are unbelievable to a lot of people because they are so extreme. So the more we talk about it with the people in our lives, the more we reinforce that they're actually happening and that they are things worth caring about. So even just at that kind of small scale level of just like, hey, Ma, did you hear that they're classifying vaccines as bioweapons? That's bonkers, isn't it? Like, that is a kind of help. And weirdly enough, there is some research in the positive consequences of this downstream in the area of climate change conversations. There has been some research. I can't remember the study immediately off the top of my head, or I'd find it and link it in chat. But that everyday people within and outside the scientific community who are having these conversations does have a slight but measurable positive effect on people's desire for sustainability policies and for encouraging politicians to speak out in a pro climate, pro environment kind of way. It's not going to radically change the world, whatever, but any small contribution adds up over time,
right?
And that can be what tips things in favor of preserving the Endangered Species Act, or preserving poultry inspectors and meat inspectors for at the FDA. So don't underestimate your ability to make a difference by just talking about these things with the people in your lives.
Right.
And all of that on top of, when you can and feel safe doing so, show up to protests and, show up to these things. Contacting your elected representatives, commenting on these proposed rule changes, doing these things matters too. But there is power in just raising awareness in your immediate circle of these things that people, because the thing is, when you tell people that they've completely defunded cancer research for children and cancer, everybody is appalled by that.
Right.
But not everybody knows that's what's happened. So you can be the source of information that points them to RFK Jr. wants your kids to die of cancer because he's taken away funding for cancer research for children.
Right. Especially when
that
news media are often not reporting on this kind of thing. Or even if they are, it's buried in 100 other crazy bonkers things that are going on right now.
Yeah.
It's so easy to be overwhelmed and to want to just shut down, tune out the news, all of that. And I feel like I think other people feel this way, but I know I do. When I feel like there's something that I can do, it makes me feel less helpless, less powerless, and I feel less despair knowing that I can make some small contribution. I can make a difference, and anybody can. Yeah.
No, having a sense of control and a sense of agency to do something is a very powerful motivator.
Right.
Something else to keep in mind, kind of underlying a lot of this, and I know people who have a history in activism already kind of know this, but I'll say this for those who don't. You are going to lose some fights.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be disheartening. It's going to be dispiriting. You can't win them all. You can't convince everybody. Your goal should never be to try to convince everybody or to win every fight. it should just be to win over who you can when you can, and win the fights that you can.
Yep.
And when you do suffer those defeats that are dispiriting and demotivating, be dispirited and demotivated. That is a perfectly natural response. But reach out to the people in your life for support and validation and uplifting so that you can rejuvenate your fighting spirit to go on to the next fight. Because for every classify vaccines as bioweapons bill that we defeat, there's going to be something else that we don't beat. For every proposed rule change to the Endangered Species Act that we can stop, there's going to be others that we can't stop. These fights never end. There's never going to be an end point at which there's not a force of anti-intellectualism threatening all of these things, which has a consequence of threatening our livelihood and safety. And if you need, as an act of self-care, to take yourself out of the fight because you have to take care of yourself, it is getting overwhelming, take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Remember the sort of stereotypical airline safety announcements. Adjust your oxygen mask before you help those around you.
Yep.
You can only help to the degree that you have been helped. You can only get somebody or some cause as far as you are. And if you are overwhelmed and if you are swamped and dispirited, you need to take care of yourself. So another important way to advocate for science or to advocate for any cause is to take care of yourself. And that means physically, mentally, socially, spiritually, in all of the different ways that make you who you are. You need to take care of yourself. And if that means disengaging from the news for a week because it's just too much, then disengage. You get off social media. I mean, you should just be doing that anyways, but like, take care of yourself. And if that means you don't go to this protest this week, if that gives you the energy to go to the one next month, that's what you got to do. And we have to be thinking about it in terms of that, of our sort of reciprocal relationship to the causes that we are fighting for and our reciprocal relationship to the communities that we are a part of. We are not the indispensable main character of the story of humanity. We are one of the many wonderful bit players in this comedy / tragedy that we call life. And we got to take care of ourselves, and we don't have to be in every scene, but we still got to be part of the play.
Well said.
I felt the metaphor was getting away from me, so I had to stop it. But
you got the idea across, and I think you did so eloquently. Thank you. On that same token, as we're talking about taking care of ourselves and also taking care of our community as best we can, I wanted to ask about you, Reiko, because I know your particular field of science has been under particular attack by the Trump administration. Can you talk a little bit about that, and then maybe how we can support you also? If it's okay, I might ask about some specifics on how to do that. But let's talk about misinformation science and how that has been in the crosshairs of the Trump admin.
So misinformation and disinformation research has been sort of in the crosshairs for a while, even before the current administration took over. There was an agency that was actually specialized in this, and it was disbanded during the Biden administration.
What was that?
There was like an office of misinformation research that was very short-lived because the Republicans came out and basically called it, the Ministry of Propaganda or something like that. And it worked.
Pot, kettle black.
Those attacks worked. So it was a relatively short-lived agency or, task force or something like that. But yeah, so the Trump administration has sort of put pressure on the National Science Foundation because, government controls the purse strings of the NSF, that the NSF has to stop funding misinformation or disinformation research. Or I guess I should say research on misinformation or disinformation research. On the NSF's website, they have a page, updates on NSF priorities, and I'll throw the link in chat as well. And they've been making some changes to this a little bit over the past few days. But if you scroll down to the third bullet point in the frequently asked questions thing, they do say awards that are not aligned with NSF priorities have been terminated, including but not limited to those on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and misinformation and disinformation. So the
Are
NSF
they telling
is
on
no longer.
themselves here? I mean, this is nuts. It's like, we're
Mhm.
not going to continue research on that would help people defend themselves against our misinformation.
Yeah. So the NSF, which is one of the biggest funders of scientific research, just period, is now no longer to spend a dime on a research project that has as a part of it understanding misinformation or disinformation, whether that is in terms of understanding why people are drawn to it or how people are vulnerable to it or how to protect people from it. Doesn't matter.
So, like, again, to clarify for anybody who might be just waltzing in, to make this crystal clear, this is like research on why people believe conspiracy theories or pseudo history or any kind of other untrue things that mislead people, things that pick their pockets, anything like that. We're not allowed to spend federal research dollars from the NSF on studying misinformation, its causes, its detriments, stuff like that.
And there were a lot of, I have some colleagues who've had NSF budgets, or sorry, NSF awards terminated just in this week because Elon Musk finally caught up to their award and terminated them. So a number of students are basically unfunded at the moment. A number of faculty don't have funds for their grad students. A number of research labs no longer have the funds for continuing their research, at least in this vein. So yeah, we've been hit. Now, I will say, at least for me personally, I've never done research funded by the NSF. I've actually also never really applied to large grants to begin with. I've either done work out of pocket or from small grants that are like internal to the university. So I don't know. I've always been a fan of kind of like keeping things small scale because I've always been a student. I've never been a PI, so like I've never felt like applying to these things to like run a thing. I got into science to do science, not balance a budget.
Right. I've never gotten an NSF grant either. It's way above my pay grade, but still,
but it still hurts all of us.
Absolutely.
And because these are career opportunities for people to go work in these labs. These are careers themselves just for the people who had these grants awarded. And one of the positions that an academic can take at certain universities is not a teaching position, it is a research position. And it is a career that is sustained only by what is called soft money. And that's what research grants are, is they're soft money. So you have to keep applying to research grants and getting awarded research grants in order to keep your job. So there are faculty who are going to basically have their jobs threatened, which means that they won't be around to teach. Even if their primary responsibility wasn't teaching, a lot of them do still teach, a few courses every semester or quarter. And that'll mean graduate students who don't have advisors. So there, things like that. So there are these additional consequences to just the research itself isn't being done. And none of us like it. We all hate it with words that I can't use because I keep my stream family friendly. But if you go on Blue Sky, but if you go on Blue Sky and you look up some of the big names in misinformation research, some of them are being very direct and blunt about how much it sucks. Sometimes even using non-family friendly language. So yeah. As far as to the other part of your question of what to do to help, in kind of the same way that all of the things to protect any aspect of the scientific community, doing those things, like calling attention to the fact that, like, it is weird. Like you said, they're telling on themselves. Wait, you don't want people to be protected from misinformation? What does that mean? Like, have those conversations with people in your life and harangue your elected representatives about getting funding back for this line of research, for all of these lines of research that are being defunded in this way, because it is kind of important to stress that in that NSF update to priorities, the misinformation, disinformation was put alongside the diversity, equity, and inclusion stuff, because there is so much mis and disinformation about issues related to racism, sexism, ableism, and so on in the social and cognitive and developmental and behavioral sciences.
Right.
That phrenology is disinformation, and it's being leveraged by race scientists to be racist. So it's
Right.
all, the misinformation research is tied into these issues that are, cavalierly thrown in with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and issues of representation. So we need to be advocating for all of these things because they are all interrelated. So sort of all those things that I said before about how people can advocate and protect science. Yeah, if you do want to do it specifically for this line of research, absolutely. Be out there protesting that the government doesn't want people protected from misinformation, that
Right.
their hardline stance, RFK came out and said, like, oh, it's the parents, need to learn to do their own research about what's best for their kids. And it's like, yeah, but parents also got to like work a job to feed their kids. And it's kind of important that parents who aren't themselves pediatricians can have a trustworthy pediatrician to tell them about getting their kids the MMR vaccine.
Exactly.
I'm a scientist, and there's only so much of my research that I do. Like there's only so many hours in the day. Like, I have to cook dinner, I have to mow the lawn, I have to play Mario very fast. Like, there are all these competing demands that there's only so much you can expect a person to do their own research about. We have to have researchers do research for us.
Exactly.
So yeah, all those same things leverage, in the specific context of misinformation and disinformation researchers, keeping in mind that a lot of scientists who study mis and disinformation aren't, like me, somebody who's dedicated to studying it. A lot of scientists have it as a part of their research program. How do we improve science education? Well, that actually does include confronting a lot of myths in science, whether it's about the neuroscience of memory or the evolutionary history of life. So there are a lot of evolutionary biologists who do misinformation research as part of their evolutionary biology. There are a lot of medical researchers who do misinformation research about vaccines. So many of us do misinformation and disinformation research that helping in that arena is about helping all of us.
Right.
So
thank you. That's hopefully given everybody some food for thought here. I want to, if it's okay, Emilio, ask maybe how people can directly support you right now too, because things are tough for a lot of folks right now, and I heard that.
No, I appreciate that. Outside of the scientific context, I have been always a big proponent of mutual aid networks and things like that. And honestly, right now I'm kind of in a strapped position. I'm barely going to be able to make rent; it's due tomorrow. Things like that. So if anybody wants to specifically help me, on my Twitch page, there's links sort of below the stream to donate via Stream Elements or via Coffee, and that's huge for me. Subscribing to the channel, all of the like call to action things that all streamers do, because this is actually how I'm making my living currently while I'm on the job market, while I'm applying to research positions. I
didn't realize that.
I've been somehow able to make ends meet for the past like 5 months thanks to Twitch, despite not ever wanting to have done this full time. Even now, I don't want to do this full time. I like the idea of this being a passion project rather than I need to be thinking about it monetarily, because that changes how you approach streaming, and not in a bad way. There's nothing wrong with approaching this as a career. It's fantastic, but it's volatile.
And it's not easy.
And I don't deal well with that kind of volatility. I'd love to work in a research lab at a wherever. But yeah, so if anybody wants to throw me $20, that's fantastic. But also, kind of keeping in mind before the take care of your own air mask thing before helping those around you, do not just give money to a stranger on the internet if you are not in a good position.
Absolutely.
Take care of yourself and do not feel any pressure. And that's for kind of any streamer. Like, a lot of us do recognize that we are not owed your time, much less your money.
Not at
We
all.
are
Yeah.
trying to provide a service through entertainment or education or both. And if you want to support that, you can, but we are not owed it. We are just immensely appreciative when you can give it. And even just hanging out in streams and communicating and engaging is very important support because it does validate whatever we're doing, whether it's gaming or uh, just chatting or science outreach. That is, humans are validation seeking machines, and that's a great way to validate us. Is just like, hey, this is a cool stream. I like that you're talking about dinosaur fossils, paleontologizing. I'm going to support you that way. Oh, I like that you're talking about conspiracy theories, Rhacodactylus. I'm going to sit here and chat with you about it. Like, that's support too. So you can do that stuff as well.
Right.
So yeah, trying very hard to deflect away from the fact that I am in such very desperate financial straits because a few weeks ago my fridge broke, and Danny, as somebody who lives in California, you also know that landlords and things like that are not responsible for that. So I'm on a mini fridge, which, as a single guy living alone, it works, but I wouldn't mind getting some frozen food every now and again that stays for a little bit longer.
It can help you save a lot of money in the long run too when you can buy frozen things in bulk. It's
exactly.
expensive to not have money and have to shop every other day or whatever. So
yeah, it's the it was a Terry Pratchett book, I want to say, Vime's Boots Theory of Economics, where it was like, if you're poor, you can only afford the cheap boots that are of poor quality that keep falling apart, so you have to keep buying new pairs of boots every year. Whereas if you're rich, you only need to buy a good quality pair once. And
it saves you a lot of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than having to spend $50 on boots every 3 months, you can spend $150 on boots, and they'll be good for 5 years.
Yeah. Exactly. It's there is no more expensive lifestyle than being poor, because we have set up society to make it that way. Support universal basic income, because all of the research on that shows that it just works. Like every single time that somebody's done research on universal basic income, because that economics is kind of scientific, or it can be. It just works. The research is unambiguous. So also pressure your elected representatives to move us towards universal basic income. It's just good for society, because money is fake and made up anyways. So why would you make up a fake thing just to squirrel it away from some people? It's just rude.
Exactly. I agree. If we want a society where everybody is happy and healthy and everyone can achieve their full potential, like, they need to be able to, eat and and have healthcare and everything else. And the idea that we live in a society where these things are considered privileges rather than human rights kind of tells you a lot about people in charge and what they value. So
and even at the level of like school lunches, like the nutritional and educational research is pretty unambiguous. Hungry kids don't learn as well. So when you do have politicians who are trying to, fiscally responsibly cut the budget, and they cut school lunches,
which is again a drop in the bucket. This is not even like a huge expense. It's a tiny thing. It's penny wise and pound foolish. It's nuts, but extraordinarily detrimental to kids' well-being at school. So
and that I mean, it doesn't just harm science, it harms sort of everything, because those kids don't just grow up to be scientists or really any academics necessarily. They just grow up to be people. And if another way to protect science is to encourage more free lunches for school children. Like, get your local PTAs to start championing that. Like, it's one of these things that we put the investment in now for an unimaginably big payoff 5, 10, 15 years from now. But we have to put that investment in now.
And that's a good analogy for science as well. When we're funding basic research, not only are we, helping fund scientists being able to feed their families, put food on the table, pay the bills, everything else, but just tremendous benefits to society in the long run, things that you would never imagine. I don't know. I think about this and talk about this all the time, and I'm sure you do too, but it's something that I think bears repeating, and hopefully everybody who's watching, they understand this, and they've got an appreciation for how important science is to society. And this is not people in an ivory tower complaining about how they no longer have money to play with, so they can do frivolous things. Like, this is absolutely essential to our economic well-being, our health, our happiness, human fulfillment. You get rid of science, and all of these other things get flushed down the drain. So yeah, I'm repeating myself at this point, but
It's
Amelia,
worth
this has
repeating.
been. It is. It absolutely is.
I mean, and there's research on that as well. One of the best things for memory is repetition. So, always
Sorry, what was
repeat
that
these
again?
things.
Say it again.
Oh, I forget. I can yes and this with you, Danny. It's fine. But yeah, no, like repetition is good for memory. Repetition is good for memory. So say these things. Listen to these things. Hear these things. Repeat these things. All these things. It is better. And oh goodness, I've lost my train of thought. That's fine.
Okay.
It probably wasn't
Yeah.
important.
No, I was going to ask you. I've got to go take off in a couple minutes here. So I might end the collab and then. But are you going to be talking about more science stuff this evening? Can we raid into you? Would that be
yeah, absolutely.
a good way to continue this?
Yeah, so
All right.
I actually do kind of have a fun thing that I wanted to talk about, which is to do with like AI affecting science. I had shared the story with you in the email I had sent you about how the large language models that are out there have kind of learned a nonsense phrase.
Wasn't it vegetative electron microscopy or something like that?
Yeah, vegetative electron microscopy, which is a there's an interesting kind of history of how this sort of digital artifact happened, and things like that. It has to do with like misreading scientific papers that are done in 2 columns per pages, but like with a kind of small space in between the columns that a human would recognize is a differentiation between columns, but a computer doesn't.
Sure.
As well as a mistranslation from Farsi to English, because the word scanning and the word vegetative are actually very, very similar script-wise in Farsi.
Oh, that makes sense suddenly. Okay, scanning electron microscope, SEM. That's see this all over the place. Yeah.
So so there's a kind of weird sort of digital history for how this happened, but the large language models that we currently have, including ChatGPT-4 and Cloud and so on, have this as a kind of like thing that they are now outputting. And given that some scientists are lazily relying on things like ChatGPT to help write sections of their paper, some papers have had this nonsense phrase in their works. And it also has something to say, because some of these have gotten published, it has something to say about the nature of the publishing industry in science, the nature of peer review, the nature of predatory journals. And I don't know, it's just always fun to rag on generative AI. So I did kind of want to talk about that, whether that was with you or sort of separately. So yeah, I'm going to continue to do that. So if you want to come over and do that, feel free. And we'll end on kind of a happier note of making fun of AI.
That sounds great. Yeah, excellent. Reiko, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time out and talking with us about this. Next time I will try to send you an email earlier about this. We've got more time to prepare, but things have been crazy busy lately. You know how it goes.
No, absolutely. Danny, I will make time for you. You could give me 2 hours notice and I will make time for you. You are one of my favorite streamers. You are a fantastic and inspirational science communicator. And by virtue of you doing what you do, you have rejuvenated a passion in me for not just dinosaurs, but also broadly more herpetology, which was the first job I ever wanted as a kid. But
nice.
It's nice to feel those things again, and you are a person responsible for it. So I blame you for it, but you are a person responsible for it. So
I will gladly take that blame.
I will always make time for you. Yeah, I will always make time for you.
Likewise, if you ever need anything, let me know.
Yeah.
I actually need to talk to you at some point. There's a few different research projects I'd like to engage in. I've got to figure out what I want to present at this year's Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, but it might be something that I could use your help with. The abstract submission deadline, I think, is June 2nd. So, we should talk about that soon. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Emilio. I really appreciate your time, and I will I'll leave you to your own devices now. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you
and
again
we'll-
for setting this up.
Of
You know,
course.
coming at these kinds of things from your background and your discipline, you know, it is important for scientists to make these interdisciplinary connections as well, because cognitive
Yeah.
science is approaching a lot of these things very differently than paleontology, which is approaching these things very differently from medicine. So
Mhm.
we need to be uplifting and supporting each other, which requires just connecting with one another. And so
Absolutely.
you taking the initiative to do this is a very important and laudable thing. So thank you very much for doing that.
I appreciate it. Thanks for saying that. It's been a pleasure. And again, I'm just trying to cheerlead for science here on Twitch. You know, the more researchers we can get on here, the more people doing science communication, the better. So thanks for fighting a good fight, and we'll raid in a few minutes.
Alrighty. See you all in a few minutes.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody, that was Emilia Lobato, PhD researcher in cognitive science. I hope you had fun with that. I certainly learned a few things, and I hope you did too. Yeah. Twitch is a great place to connect. Absolutely, Terminator Pig. I'm so lucky to be here on this platform, and I'm incredibly grateful to everybody who makes this possible through their support. It's a big deal. It really is. Jim says, good show, Danny. Jim, thank you. That means a lot coming from you, Jim. I hope you're doing well. By the way, did your chair arrive? I saw that it was supposed to have been delivered on Monday or Tuesday, I think. Did that show up? We had multiple members of this community contribute to purchasing that. I really hope it works out for you for this next field season. Really looking forward to working with you in Doling's Bowl this year. Let me know if the chair finally showed up. And thank you, Original Old Dog, for the resub there. I really appreciate it. I got it. Thanks to everyone. Excellent. Jim, that makes me really happy to hear. Fantastic. Thank you to everybody who contributed to that.
Well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Hagpets, thank you for the 36 months of support.
Reptiles own the skies, the land,
And Original Old
and
Dog
the sea.
too.
And the greatest of all
Good
the
stuff.
reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, and it meant we're going to be near Green River, Wyoming. Yeah. Tune in. I'm going to be streaming from there for a straight month, I'm hoping. Something like 30, maybe 31, 32 different streams. I'm going to try and stream every single day while doing fieldwork out there in the late Cretaceous of Wyoming. We've got at least 2 new species of dinosaur to excavate, including a new species of horned dinosaur. Cross your fingers we find more of it, because every single piece is going to be vitally important if this critter's skull. So, yeah, good stuff. Anyway, I got to get going here because I've got some stuff I got to take care of this evening. So we're going to go ahead and start to wrap up. Jim says, got lots done on the Jurassic Anki monograph the last few days. Very nice, Jim. Oh, man. I can't wait till that's published. Good stuff. In case anybody's wondering, Paleo Jim right there is paleontologist Jim Kirkland, who is the official state paleontologist of the state of Utah. It's Jim right here. We work together in the field, and I actually have some papers I need to work on with Jim. Things I'm getting published, hopefully, in the next couple years. Always a joy when you're here in the chat, Jim. It's good to see you. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, let's wrap things up for today. Let's put Deinonychus under our credits. And we're going to go right into Rhacodactylus. There we are. Excellent. Thank you to everybody. being named in our credits. New followers, new subscribers, resubscribers, gifters of subs, cheerers, raiders. Also, the question askers and the lurkers. People just hanging out in the chat. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for helping make these streams possible, for your viewership and your financial support. And, of course, an extra special thanks to the moderators. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for helping keep this train on its tracks. Thanks for everything that you do to help keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. It's Thursday Birds Day tomorrow. So tune in at 1 p.m. California time. We'll see if we've got fossil news to cover, and we'll be talking about how dinosaurs are not extinct. Birds are themselves living dinosaurs. We'll be celebrating that fact tomorrow for Thursday Birds Day. Until then, you all take care of yourselves. Let's go right into Rhacodactylus.